Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. I think we are ready to get started. And apparently we've done flute again, sorry. Needs to be done at the start of every stream. Now, as you can probably hear, my voice is a little bit busted today. Just been coughing a lot. Not really sick or anything like that, but my voice is a little bit strained, so we'll have to see how far we actually get. Hello, David, Cosby. Daily, everyone, Justin, appreciate all of you stopping by. I'm just going to get some water before we get started here. The water in this case is an energy drink. Excuse me. Okay. But yeah. The voice is a little bit busted. I'm not feeling sick or anything like that. It's just my voice being a little bit worn, a little bit tired. But I don't think that's going to be a huge problem with everything that is going on here. So hopefully this will go just fine. But thank you all for your concern. Hello, Canivia. Hello, Mind. Nice to see you both. Thank you, David, for your well wishes. But we are ready to get started here. F2 division. Every car has been equalized at 70%. Basically, every car is the exact same. I've double checked. And every car has the exact same engine. Everyone is using a Red Bull engine. And we'll be doing four races. There's more in the calendar. That's just how the game works. We're going to Silverstone. That's where we're starting. It is going to rain. That is going to be our one rainy race. It is the British GP. I felt rain was very appropriate. Then we're going to Melbourne, which is going to have a rainy qualifier. Austin, which I don't remember. And also Barcelona, which is going to be our finisher. We're just doing these four races. The rest here are just because the game forced me to fill out the calendar. Well, these are the four races the first division will be participating in. And you probably have questions about who is actually participating in this first division. We have No Pace Crash a lot and Faster Maldonado. I think we can assume the Ferrari team is going to be crashing a lot. Let's just put it like that. And we also have a couple of all-female teams here. Tess and Senenia here in McLaren. Then we have Sir Kaiser and Master Chief in the Red Bull. We have our second all-female team in Abby Pulling and Cecilia Immergreen. Then we have the Pain Train with we have Lando Flugington here. And our all-pain merchant, basically our resident second place forever finisher, has not had good luck in these championships. Then we have a duo here, Mojo Mills and Let's Go Bowling, taking on the Williams, Daily Brook, and Liam in the Haas. We have Mechanical Failure in the B-Carb, and this is the classified driver, Give Me Your Points Floof. And basically, they have no control, should be very quick. They will not be knocking anyone out if this guy finishes in the top 9, who will go through to the main event. Someone else will be getting that spot instead. Further down, we have the Championship, which is basically a championship within a championship with Ed Servus, Poconaldo. Finally, we have Abby and Serge in the Aston Martin crew. Now, you guys are probably wondering who these two are, and these two are basically the first couple of handsome fellas who signed up to the pit crew. Basically, they've been members. One guy here, Dean, has been a member for over 2 years, which is kind of huge. Brooks has been for 16 months, if I'm not mistaken, so I thought I'd give them a little bit of a shout out here for their support over a very, very long time. But with that, I think we are ready, unless I've forgotten something, so I'm just going to catch up with the chat before we jump into the first race here in Silverstone. Hello, Parker, how you doing? Doesn't matter how good the car is, I will be crashing. The team and I am V-Carb, but again, the driver will not really be too consequential. Let us see here. That just means AFN will carry the team. I'm not in it. I'm pretty sure, David, you're in the second division, which will be running tomorrow. There are 38 drivers signed up for this, so there is going to be one stream today. We do 4 races, top 9. Once the stream is over, we'll go through to F1, which will hopefully be next weekend. And we'll have another stream tomorrow with the exact same premise where the top 9 will be going through. The reason why it's top 9 is simply because the 2 drivers that won last time out. Basically, they won the constructors, wins the drivers, get a free pass into next season, so to speak. So that's why we're doing top 9. But yeah, hopefully I haven't missed any important questions here, anything like that. I don't think I have. So let's just get into this. As mentioned here, everything is prepped. Silverstone is today. I double-checked that the AI hasn't been breaking their cars. They shouldn't have. But I do want to give you all a warning. The AI is going to be developing parts, and it's going to be shit parts, so we'll have to check if the AI has downgraded anyone before we go into every race weekend. But apart from that, there should be no chance of the AI upgrading anything beyond expectations, if you will. Hearing never mentions Ceci's name gives me immense joy. Well, you are a HoloLive fan, so I would assume that would tickle something. I may be an Optimus Lando, but you're not scoring points. Floof, don't reverse Jinx Lando and have him go through somehow, because that's going to happen. How long do we wait for Division 2? Tomorrow after the race mind. Basically, tomorrow around the same time, I'll be streaming the 2nd Division. I'll be going through the 1st Division today. Maybe somewhere without commentary because my voice is destroyed. But we are getting to the 1st Division today, and we're getting through the 2nd Division tomorrow. And then we'll do some TP sign-ups probably later tonight. We'll have to see what I have time for, basically. But we shall see. Can you make my all races 5 laps so my driver's tires can actually last a race? Maybe we'll do some F125 modding in future, perhaps. See how that one works. Hello, Taz. Darn, that means I have no one to be stressed. What do you mean, mind? You can always get Floof to co-commentate. Honestly, I might have to just kidnap a couple of people into Discord. Hello, Mike. Hello, Shay. Glad to see you stop by. But yeah, let's just jump into qualifying here. Hopefully, I remember to put the extended UI in, and I did. For once, we actually have it on start here. But yeah, Dickinson will be our first run here in Silverstone. 46 degrees on track. That's a little hot. As you can imagine, it's probably going to take me a little bit of time here before I realize what's going on. Is that an immediate incident here from Taz? I was about to say Floof, force of habit.
That's it. That's the spin.
I can probably commentate for Maybe what I do is kidnap whoever wins the race, and they'll have to commentate the next one. Maybe that's how we do things. Maybe that would be a solution. Let's go. I'm in tomorrow's stream. Can you give a rundown of who is who? So I know how to support for today. I gave a quick rundown a little bit earlier, Sanjito. Of course, not everyone here has the same name as they do on Discord. But we do have quite a number of people, and particularly a championship is going to be interesting to watch. Hello, Ben Holla, how you doing? I'm doing good. Voice is a little bit busted, so we'll have to see how this goes, all things considered. Looking forward to seeing my drivers perform like shit tomorrow. That's unfortunate, mind.
Stay negative.
Commentary by Floof, detailed by Alfie. If we give Floof the reins, what would happen is probably once commentary vanishes here, we'd probably see this. This would be your only viewpoint of the entire time if we gave Floof control. Hello, Floof. Is your internet working today? At least it wasn't me spinning first, sure. Down to 720, indeed. I appreciate that, Benhola, thank you. One season challenge is great. Yeah, I should probably bring that back at one point. But yeah, honestly, Alpine is actually the team to beat as it stands. Surprisingly enough, I probably should also bring up the list of everyone so I can actually remember who they are. Let's see if I can find my notes here. Let's see, the Alpine team. This should be our merchant, who's not allowed to win. You know how that works. Merchant here is not allowed to win any championship, so you guys need to stop him. That is in the rule set right now. Are we going to see Liam here do that? And he does actually do that. Pretty good. Have to see what Immigreen, what Edster can do. And honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing how this F2 division is actually going to work out. Please let the view be the other Alpine on here then. Blue here is indeed Lando, yes. Yeah, let us speed this first Q1 session up a little bit here. As this is not Le Floof, this is Floofington. And he did get held up there by a Haas driver. I think the Mercedes team needs a little bit more speed out of their drivers right now. 4 seconds down, 2.5 seconds down. You see Kaiser going fastest at the moment. Is the Ferrari curse going to keep on going as it has? As we see Floofington coming up now. There's going to be a blockage ahead. There is in fact going to be a blockage ahead. Maldonado gets held up in a classic scene here, and with that, still in danger. What about the other Ferraris? That too going to get a blockage. But yeah, right now, not the best start from neither the Ferraris. Half a second loss in that second sector. A full second compared to Poconaldo. Yeah, Ferrari and VCarb not having a good time alongside pulling as things stand. Hello Racing, how you doing? And is my team a backmark team, midfield, or front running team? So the way this works, Benhola, is that my team isn't actually going to participate in this. We've had people on Discord. It's the reason why we have so many different names that you probably don't recognize. We've had people on Discord make drivers within our rule set. And basically, I'm just participating in qualifying so we can actually see how qualifying goes. And then I'll be basically retiring on the first lap of the race so they can compete amongst themselves. I'm not actually going to be a part of this. As pulling does not have the best first qualifying session here, to be fair. Might have enough time to do one more lap though, we'll have to see. And Zeninia here. Pushing at the moment, improving in the first sector. Still gonna need to improve by over 2 seconds for it to really matter though. So let's see how this goes. Oh, I'm gonna be out. Yeah. Wouldn't be Ferrari who waited for first run only to get traffic. Yeah, it's a classic. It's a classic, and I think unfortunately McLaren here doesn't have a very good run either, but good enough to get up to 8th. And not good enough from the Aston. And we do have the classified driver here, the min-max for fun, trying to set decent lap time here. Currently in danger. Points pulling, crash door, Maldonado, and mechanical failure. The ones to look out for. And I think Pointer is out. That is almost 2 seconds down per sector alone. Silverstone here really being cruel to everyone involved. Good run here from Brook up into 4th as things stand. But what can failure do? Up into 7th. Both Ferraris in danger, both Mercedes is in danger. And yeah, Pointer is massively out. That is a ridiculously poor lap time. What can Immigreen do here? Are we gonna see? Oh, almost a Ferrari assassination. Are you gonna get out of drop zone and put Floofington in danger? No. This is some pretty wild differences here in lap time purely from being held up. It's actually kind of nuts. We have a yellow flag. Maldonado with a good first sector. Edster with a lockup.
Well, all right so far. And there goes the steering. And they'll need to be mindful of the effect that had on the tyres.
Gonna get traffic again? Could very well happen. Wishing everyone else luck, because CC definitely snapping at me. True. Shouldn't have put my name in that driver narrow. You know I'm incredibly awful when it comes to qualifying. It's fine. It's just a more of a joke driver. That's not a good middle sector. 2 seconds down from the Ferrari drive here, and I think we are going to see Maldonado out in Q1. And honestly, Crash Door and Maldonado both falling at the first hurdle here. Poling is trying to get out of here, with Floofington being the collateral. Is Poling going to improve enough that Floofington will get him eliminated here? Or is there going to be anyone in the way? The track is clear, but I think we are going to be seeing one Mercedes at least make it through at the cost of an Alpine. Clean lap up into 6th. Yeah, if you have a clean lap, you can set some lap times. If you don't, you get the Ferrari treatment here of last and second to last, basically. Lando Flugington here, not having a good time, and neither is the Floof copy. Give me your points. Immigreen, Crashalot, and Maldonado out at the first hurdle, unfortunately. Can you help me create a challenge F1 manager career? Honestly, it's just put the difficulty to maximum, play with worse drivers, that sort of thing. There isn't really any magical way to make the F1 manager a lot more difficult other than just set limits for yourself. Either play with drivers that aren't a certain overall, disallow slider placements, make your parts heavier. I'm currently playing a playthrough where my car weighs 40 kilograms more than the AI, and it's very, very painful. So it just depends on what you're looking for in your challenge there. Bin crash, please. I'm a support Thai. We have a Thai supporter here, everyone. A supporter of the Thai. It's rare, but they do exist. What can Abby do here? We have Abby and Abby, so gonna be a little bit confusing here. Abby pulling and just Abby here in the Aston. And I see that we're brought straight back to Ferrari doing Ferrari things in this game immediately, which is kind of funny. But yeah, these are the banker laps. We'll speed that up a little bit. Otherwise, we'll be here all night. Let's see what the banker laps look like. And right now, it's a huge gap. Maybe we need to ban Silverstone simply because qualifying is an absolute mess for everyone. I believe the Haas crew teammates here are actually brothers, so that should make the inter-team fight a little bit more interesting. But yeah, Silverstone, traffic, nightmare. And the only place that would be worse is probably Hungaroring, to be fair. Or Monaco. I don't even think Monaco was this bad. Yeah, we see both McLaren stay in danger, Zaninia and Taz. We have Surge here, 12th, Edstead 13th, and have to catch up to their teammate, Bowling in 14th. Then we have Kaiser, currently the most in danger on an outlap. And that's a lot of cars going very, very close together behind Kaiser. Kaiser's going to give them all a tow by the looks of it here, if things remain as they are. No, my home race, no ban. I'm more of a Floof hater. Planning for Vegas. Vegas never lets you down. Honestly, yeah. I am right. You are brothers. Well, we'll have to see which brother pulls the longest straw here. Which brother is the more skilled driver? Daily. That's going to be interesting to see. I want anyone but the plus ones to win. Damn. That's a bit rough. Anyone but the plus ones. Well, Taz has a good start here, getting a little bit of a tow. While Kaiser's down to 10th in comparison in the first sector, both of them doing their final runs. Currently, we do have Brooke, Pulling, and Poconaldo. Poconaldo is still in the pits. Are Sauber going to do a Ferrari special rather than a Sauber special? We'll have to see. Kaiser up into 8th. Tess up into 3rd. That toe definitely giving a little bit of help here. Pulling and Brookie both down. Now it's Poconaldo in danger alongside the Alpine Merchant. Have they released the Poconaldo? They're doing it right now. A little bit late, but better late than never. We've seen before that people just get left in the pit lane forever. Brook does make it out, but is still in danger. I dare say. We have everyone basically on outlaps. Pulling is on a fast lap, but it's down 4/10 in that first sector. And that could be pretty detrimental, all things considered. There's also a little bit of traffic. I think that is all of it now being dealt with. Not a good middle sector. I think we're seeing Mercedes fall off the second hurdle here. 2 yellow sectors, and that means you need to make up more than 6/10 in the final one, and that just did not happen. Did not happen at all. Poconaldo here is also not going to have a good time, I think, because there's a 3-man train here. Edster runs wide on turn 17. But yeah, we have Bowling, we have Edster, and we have Poconaldo. All 3 of these guys are trying to set a good qualifying time, but we've seen this before. They're going to screw each other over instead. It's a classic, everyone. It's a classic that we've seen before. And right now, look at them running behind Bowling. They are going quick, though. They could still maybe get something out of this. But there we go. The Mercedes completely shafts both the Saubers and Bowling too, for that matter. So I think that is them out. Seninia moves up into 9, knocks out Merchant as his stand. Merchant does not improve. What can Surge do here? Surge is currently the only one who can improve. And Haas driver Brook here is in, or Brook. Brook? I don't know how to pronounce it, I apologize. The Haas driver is in danger, and the Haas driver is out as Surge goes fastest in Q2. But yeah, the Sauber Williams shenanigans there definitely did not help anyone. The championship lives on. Pulling's out. The Alpine Merchant and Daily Brook here out at the second hurdle of the AI just decides to be absolutely insane, I guess we could say. I'm rooting for you too, Tess. The Chow War has begun, and apparently we've added a little bit of Bowling to it by the looks of it. Play the clown music. I wish I had it, Loof. I wish I had it. They never do the same mistake this time as they did last season by giving Floof Franco stats, and now same with Abby Pulling. The thing is, indeed, I made a new Abby, basically from scratch, just to be on the safe side. So Abby Pulling here does have the Abby Pulling name, but it is a regenerated driver, or rather a new driver. So we should not get the Floof bug. I've taken steps to avoid it. Hopefully, we shall see here. Remember, send out your driver to take pole position, Nero. I shall do that, Tez. Sorry. Yes, Tez. I'll ensure to send out my drivers and take pole position. It must happen.
Really?
I'm cooked. I'm starting to... Well, to be fair, you just need 1 win, really, to get through. I decided not to mess with point systems, so still the standard one. And 1 win will see you through in most cases. I'm so bad at the championship that I just create bugs to perform worse. Yeah, I don't know what happened last season, Floof, but that was a very interesting one to witness. But yeah, failure here is the one to beat. 3 purple sectors and no one to really rival that yet as Chief. Let's get that purple final sector, and that's just 200s. And then again, Silverstone rears his ugly head, 4 seconds behind those two. Anchor not going well here for Taz. Williams kind of suffering the same fate. Kaiser suffering that same fate. Abby getting up into 3rd here as Ninia does a spin.
Let's have a look at that. Look at the McLaren driver here.
Need to remember that I have these.
And ultimately,
Congratulations, you have massive spun. But yeah, we will see how things go here. Surge 4th fastest at the moment, so Yeah, lap times here, not really representative, I dare say, because you just get held up so aggressively, and Saninia actually just goes in the pit lane. 27 seconds behind the rest as things stand. That is actually kind of wild. Oh, Floof, you're not as bad as the Ferraris. You were definitely blocked. I would think so too. Either that or you had like a very minimal incident of some sort. In 6 seasons of BDC, my best result is 12th, and I finished last 3 times. That is impressive, Floof. For all the wrong reason, yeah. Looking back at it, 2025 might have the most complete grid drive-wise. Yeah. I wouldn't disagree with that. And 92.4 first sector from Staninia here. It's McLaren crawling at the moment. Well, 2:30 left, and we only have 5 cars on the grid at the moment. The Aston waited a long time here. Surge and pulling. And the RS train each other. Haas driver here, Liam, is going to try and follow that train. But purple sector for failure here. Purple middle sector for failure. Is Mike going to get a little bit of revenge here in F2 this season? Purple final sector improves by over 2/10 compared to second place. Saninia down 2/10 so far. Luckily, the RB there gets out of the way. Chief is doing a similar first sector. Are they going to be able to compete? Where does McLaren go? 3/10 behind. Third fastest at the moment. Tess is a couple of tenths down. What can Chief do? Similar first sector. Are we going to see a good middle and a good final one? Purple middle. That's not bad, but there are traffic now. The Haas. The Haas. The Haas. Cost Chief pole position here. I'm just going to say it. The Haas stole pole position there. There's no other way around it. That is very unfortunate as Tesco 7th fastest here. What can Kaiser do? Down at least 4/10 so far. Should be able to improve ahead of Surge, but it's not going to be enough. Surge now. You have both Astons here. Abbey is not improving. They have a very good first run though. What can Surge do? They'd go fastest in Q2. Are we going to see someone steal fastest lap? Not Surge. Nia moves up to 6th. What can Williams do here? Only 8th fastest. Test did really not have a good time here. Yeah, mechanical failure. Takes the first pole position of the evening. How do you achieve a sector slower than the entire lap time? Magic. Didn't Floof win an F2 race once? Floof has won F1 races too, I'd say. He's talking about final position, like, over the course of a season. Why do drivers leave my team automatically start doing well? Well, it's fate. The block in this track is wild. Yes, it is in fact. Petro, it's actually insane. I'm sorry for saying I'm rooting for you. Classic. But yeah, we do have the Ferrari here that are going to need to do a little bit of an improvement of their position. What track do we think gives the most dirty air in the F1 manager game? Probably a street circuit, I would think. They're more confined. Smaller movement room. Monaco isn't super quick, but I would assume the dirty air there is annoying. Yes. Silverstone is wet. And it's going to be very interesting by the looks of it. We could even have a couple of pit stops. Into start, into wet tire, into potential inter, into... Welcome to the monsoon season. I thought the last race was the only wet race. No, Tess, it's one wet race. I never said which one it was going to be. And in this case, the roller dice landed on Silverstone. So, yes, the British Isles is wet. And it is super wet this time around. So what this means is that we're going to have 2 wet qualifying sessions in the last remaining 3 races, but there will not be any more wet races fully. So that'll be fine. The most dirty air is Montreal. I can see that. I can see that happen indeed. But yeah, as mentioned, my voice is a little bit busted. I am a little bit slow today, a little bit tired. So if I don't respond to your question, feel free to post it again. I will try and get back to you in second or third attempt, maybe. I promise. Let's just mess up our car so we start in the pit lane. You know the drill. Let's see how the first race of the season goes and who's going to pick up the first DNF in this rainy weather. Lights out and away we go. A great start here from Surge, already ahead of Chief. And that's actually a really good start from the other Aston too, moving up to 4th here. Both Aston Martins having great starts. Not as great of a follow-up though, by the looks of it. But it is important to get these early positions, because later on it's just going to be even harder to get them. Abby is holding on right now. They're still side by side. Things can change. We're just going to retire our vehicles pretty quick here, get them out of the way.
6 seconds. 0.8 behind.
But yeah, everyone has started into tires. Daninia was a little bit braver on the brakes here. And with that, we have got the start out of the way here. I have no idea what the Ferrari boy has done here, but he's already moved up 2 places. Pulling to 14th, immigrating to 16th here. It'll be a little bit challenging, all things considered. Sauber's side by side. There is going to be Sauber and Cyber violence. I can almost guarantee it. This start here has gone without issue. Excuse me. Rain graph looking like my chance of instant graph? Maybe. We shall see. We have bowling. Getting sent to the shadow room with a lockup.
Take a look here. It was the Williams driver we see there. All good at this point. The wheels just lock up there, and they ended up their own passenger.
Luckily, not too many positions to lose there, unfortunately, after they had that incident in Quali. But yeah, not a good start here from bowling. That does cause a little bit of trouble, and we actually have adaptability coming to play now. We have less than 1 full millimeter of rain on the track. But right now, adaptability was playing a very, very small part, and most of you have very little of it. Are we going to actually see an overtake here in wet racing form? Maybe, maybe not. A lot of cars are still running very, very close to each other. Hi, I'm studying for my English literature exam tomorrow, but we move. Hello, Poconaldo. Hello, Edster. I see you're ready to watch a spectacle. This year is my year, finally. Well, currently you're sitting pretty snug in 12, so I don't know if the game agrees with you just yet. Shall things indeed. The Sauber crew. Yeah, right now, I think we're waiting for the pit stops to start. The water is going up, and it is going to get more watery. Question is, who's going to be the first one into the pit lane? And it's actually Sergeant Chief. Now, the pit crew has also been equalized. Everyone has the exact same pit crew, or rather they have the exact same chance of getting an error, and Serge unfortunately pulls the longest straw here. Well, the shortest one, really, at the beginning. Chief jumps him in the pit lane. We have a crash. Points and Floofington have crashed each other out. And Lando gets absolutely demolished here. Safety car has been deployed.
Something's happened.
Crash involving multiple vehicles here. Lando, I think you're about to get assassinated by my randomness. Goodbye, Lando. Go back to the TP floor with you. The 2 drivers with Floof in their name both got deleted in the first race. You can't make this stuff up. It's actually hilarious. Flugington has retired. But yeah, this actually kind of screws over everyone who pitted early because now there is a safety car. And as I mentioned here, Chief did jump Surge, but apart from that, I don't think much changed. I did pick up a penalty. Again, this is my drive, the classified one, just for fun. There will be another one tomorrow, and unfortunately for Lando, he became the target this time around. I assume everyone now is going to jump into the pit lane. Ferrari in the money. Let's see how the pit lane traffic here is going to curse everyone. And if Mike can have a clean stop. Mike has a clean stop. Is it going to go out ahead of Chief? Yeah, by a wide margin. A lot of cars that are going to beat Chief out. Saninia now up into second. We have Liam into third. Tess. Soma jumps into fourth here, and Chief has been sent down to fifth. And Surge, he was running second, down into eighth here with the safety car mess. Edster wins the championship with the double stack in the pits. And Crashlet is up into 12th right now. We can already see just how the pit stops mess with everyone. But yeah, McLaren coming out on top by a wide margin right here. My name is Curse. It's the Floof's it's the Floof's consensus for that one. How do I sign up for this? It would be through Discord, Top. It's probably going to be a couple of weeks until we start next season, though. As we're doing F2 qualifiers this weekend, and then the actual event next weekend. So, probably 2-3 weeks until we start the next one. But yeah, it's going to be through Discord. This is what my build was made for. Getting destroyed. I went up 7 positions. Yeah, it's not bad. This gets manipulated. We have a yellow flag. I assume that's the safety car, although... Nope. Kaiser has spun and the gap has been created. Look at this. The restart. Ah, I didn't get that in time. I wanted that. Kaiser has spun, and with that, he's given the top 6 here 5 seconds to play with. No one overtook him. He's still chilling. We're off to a great start here, just 7 laps into this F2 season. Got screwed over by pit lane blocking? Yes, that is a classic one here, really. I've just pulled up and chilled, indeed. Just did the spin to win, as it were. But yeah, mechanical failure, big winner of the pit stops here. Honestly, the McLarens are probably the even bigger winners. Liam wins out as well, and honestly, biggest loser I would dare say is probably Chief and Kaiser here. They were in... Sorry, Surge. Chief and Surge, as they were in pretty comfortable positions before everything began. We'll have to see it now if top 6 can be reeled in again. It does kind of look like that. Kaiser's already brought the gap down here by over a second. And we do know the rain is going to be pretty bad for most of this. So... just a pretty chill opening here until someone has another incident and causes an accident here. I do believe the Haas driver, Liam, is going to try and get an overtake done here on Saninia. Running really, really close, and all we need here is just one tiny little itsy-bitsy lockup for another safety car. My chow is like Monaco Grand Prix 1972. Someone watched Monaco. Verstappen's radio in particular. Not happy with the shifts, I see. Red flag is not really going to change much, but a safety car, any shape or form, would. Yeah, so Ninia now is pushing, and look how close everyone is running. A single lockup between the top 6 here could be devastating, but at least this does show the cars are pretty close. Well, it did worry me that somehow the AI had broken something, but traffic was in fact the, well, the sole reason. I do believe Liam here should, well, what at least was trying to get an overtake done. But yeah, close running at the moment. Idea. Everyone has to put Floof in the name next season. No one will qualify well. Everyone will DNF. I second this idea. I'll be the one in Floof. I could be wild. We see now Taz trying to line up Liam. We also do have an Alpine trying to line up a Red Bull. Sentences that have never been said out loud before. Still needs a little bit more work, I think. Track is drying at the moment, but it is going to start pouring down again. But yeah, this is kind of like Monaco at the moment. Not really a lot of overtaking. And quality was very important. Pit stop's going to be important. We have a yellow flag as Immigreen has run wide.
Look at the Mercedes.
The Hololine crew not doing well here. That also looked like it could have been an assassination of a Ferrari driver right there. That could have been terrible. Hi Ganero, I just had dinner. What did I miss? I've already taken out Lando. The safety car screwed some people over. But apart from that, not really much. Hello GP. How you doing? Yeah, we're getting the wet race out of the way here immediately, which should make life a little bit easier. Kaiser did spin under the safety car, but he didn't lose any positions, and the gap now has been closed, interestingly enough. Gap has been closed. Kaiser had a little bit of a spin. There was a 5-second gap between him and the Alpine merchant here. But that gap has been closed, so you have caught back up. But Mike here is running away with it a little bit here. And that could be vital in the event of another safety car. First CC incident is where the fun begins? Yeah. Ciao now. Well, I'd say it's currently in the points, Poconaldo. You are not. Don't chow your last chow just yet. How do you spin on a safety car? I played some online F125 today, and yeah, I don't like what I was seeing from randoms online. So yeah, spinning under the safety car, very easy, as it turns out. 10th place is holding everyone up. Well, you're not wrong. But Pulling is kind of having enough of that. Trying to line up an overtake here with almost 6 millimeters of rain on the track. Is an overtake in the cards, or is everyone just a little bit too equal here? Do we have a floof counter for this? This isn't actual floof. This is Lando floof. The real floof is in next session, which is tomorrow. Mike will get a mechanical fault in the first race. It would have to crash really to make that happen. Cosby. Boring in real racing mode? Yeah. In this case, it might be a little bit boring. But it was more fun last time around, so I thought we'd test it out one more time with a little bit stronger cars. Surely the randoms have to be able to race against you? No. The randoms are way worse than you, Lando. No joke. Mike would find a way. Mike would find a way to find a mechanical failure. That's actually kind of funny. And I am going to slow down the race whenever I'm reading chat, just in case so I don't miss anything. Yeah, right now, we do have gaps forming. Track condition has changed to damp. Adaptability. Get in here. We are going to have another pit stop. No way they're going till the end on these tires. There's 30 laps remaining. They've used 30%. Going till the end would be impressively ambitious, I dare say. In the worst way possible. Most people did invest in racecraft and it's wet? Yes. A Sabaloco is so frustrating because the last couple of seasons. I mean, I guess that makes sense, Poconaldo. That makes sense. In fact, they can do worse than what I did to them. Baku says something then. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Lando. I'm carrying Ronaldo on my back. You guys are already getting into this before anyone has scored a point. I love it. 3 millimeters on track right now. 290. Does Liam have enough adaptability to hold Taz at bay right now? There is a couple of you who invested into adaptability. I don't remember if Taz was one of them, but we might actually see an overtake now. It's getting closer. Are we going to see a McLaren double podium in the first race there? Or will Haas driver of Liam here be able to hold off? Wait, what happened in Baku? I was doing some online F1 24 with Lando, Inferno, and a couple of others. And let's just say Lando pushed someone into the pit lane. And there was a barricade in the pit lane that he hit. Will we see an overtake on track, or Monaco's one overtake last week beat it out? We did see an overtake on the start of the race, so we've had overtakes. We've had at least 3 or 4. Honestly, we can consult the standings here. It's not going to be accurate. But yeah. Currently, the most improved one is Crash a lot. And Abby not having a great start. But yeah, pit lane did cause some issues. Are we going to see punctures here? Because we're at 30% right now. And it's still going to be a little while before it starts raining properly again. 28% right now on Taz. Failure is managing tires from just being out there in clean air. Alpine Merchant is basically running inside of the car ahead. Chief here. We could see punctures in the first race. Who is going to have Ferrari pit career? Taz has gone past the pit lane. 22% left on those tires. We are seeing punctures here. It's official. Surge, 19%. 18%. Who? How many punctures will we see? And how will it mess up everyone? 2 cars currently in danger. About to be a lot more. It's still not increasing in terms of the weather. I think our record was 3-4% tires left. Is it gonna get beaten here today? 13% now for Surge. 16 for Taz. 18 for Immigreen. 20 for Bowling. 10% for Surge. And there we go. Surge has been puncturized. Bowling has picked up a puncture. Taz does this clever thing and goes in the pit lane. But look at all these cars staying out. Chief has picked up a puncture. Oh no, Poconaldo, Crash a lot. Daily here, all of them picking up punctures. And we have the other Haas too. Liam has picked up a puncture. Kaiser's picked up a puncture. Mechanical failure might survive till the end of this lap, but Abby has a puncture. Alternado, Immigreen, Surge right now is coming out that last. Look at all these punctures. The AI is being stubborn and staying out, and you guys are being penalized for it. And the worst part is, all these punctures are going to hold other people up. But Taz here could jump up into the lead potentially. We'll have to see. Look at these guys. Alpine Merchant somehow makes it into the pit lane, and Failure goes another round of Seninia. That's... Why are you guys going around again? Liam makes it to the pits finally. But look at this. Off the grid has punctures, and Edster's down to 7%. Seninia has punctures. 6% now for Edster. You're not making it around, Edster. Poconaldo's made it to the pits, and you have just picked up a puncture. Williams has picked up a puncture. What can Mike do here? 17%. Last one alive. As the Merchant is, I believe, net first at the moment. Provided Mike picks up a puncture, of course. What is this? Crashalot even has a pit stop issue. The Ferrari pain just doesn't stop here. He made it to the pit lane. That's insane. Where is McLaren going to come out here? Crashalot with a lockup even. And we have a full safety car. Someone has died. Safety car has been deployed. Edster is out. Edster was a little bit cocky and got penalized immediately. He has retired. What exactly has happened? You just parked at the side of the road. One Chow Edster here has given up. He's just parked at the side of the road. And with that, mechanical failure is not happy about that safety car. Look at the gaps here. Look at the gap from first to second. That's wild. And Saninia here, currently in the pits, doesn't actually lose out too much, even while running basically half the track with a puncture. That's actually nuts. And Surge gets back a little bit of what was lost earlier on. But yeah, this is wild. Liam doesn't lose too much here, but it's still not good. And yeah, could we have another puncture territory? Kind of. I think they'll make it till the end now. But yeah, this is kind of nuts. Somehow season 3 return, I think is what I saw there. Failure. Oh no, that's too ironic indeed. I'll park there, indeed. Ironic how failure is the only one who didn't get a tire failure. Yeah. That's the design of I'm going home. They pulled a Kimi Raikkonen in Monaco all those years ago. Funny thing is, I only live 90 minutes from Silverstone. I'm going home. Well, you're gonna have to find another car because yours isn't running anymore. But yeah, this changes things up a little bit. Bowling has somehow found its way into the points. Failure survived. Tesla only 81% though on those wets. Same for Surge. High disadvantage. Yeah, Failure, Alpine Merchant, Taz, Sedinia, Surge, Liam, Milo, I think it is. I honestly don't remember bowling, sorry. Then we have bowling, of course, Kaiser and Chief, who has not had a good weekend, let's just put it like that. Pulling still in 11th here. Abby in 12th, Maldonado, Pocanaldo, Immigreen, Daly here, who's not had a good first race. And then we have Crash a Lot, who could live up to their name later on, we shall see. But yeah, Puncture Alley returned somehow. I think that was more punctures than we had in one race, well, at least one pit stop during the puncture season. That was actually kind of wild. If I have it in my name, I can't have it on the track. Well, Floof has it in his name and he crashes every time, so I don't know if I trust you on that one, Mike. Didn't you mention a different point system in the rules? I tried to mess around with the Cosby, but I decided against it. We might do it for the main season, but for the F2, we're sticking with the standard point system. Bearing in mind, there's still another chance, yes. The reason why I celebrated was because I thought I could pit under the safety car, and then I realized I am the safety car. That is a little bit unfortunate, yes. That is not what you'd like to see, really. That you are, in fact, the safety car. AFN has found his own once again in second place, yes. Tess used a lot of time somehow. Tess punctured very early and did a couple of laps when it was still fairly dry on those wet tires. That is why Tess has used a lot of tire. That's why Surge has used a lot of tire. That's why Crash a lot used a lot of tire. These three were the first ones to pick up punctures and went in while it was still pretty dry on track. That is why they now suffer from a tire deficiency, I guess you could say. Esther joining me in Melando? Melando? You mean Maldonado? But yeah, 15 laps to go here. I think Liam is trying to line up Surge here. The tire's not good, looking good. Luckily for Taz, there's a teammate behind. That is keeping things still somewhat safe. But anyone can snatch a point here from anyone, really. So many punctures? Yes. We had a wild number of punctures in this one. You're not wrong. Main big account. Milando. Oh, yeah, that makes more sense. That does in fact make more sense, Sleuth. Yeah, Tess right now is holding up their teammate. We could see McLaren and McLaren violence if they were unlucky. Or rather, if they're unlucky. It would be hilarious for us. And honestly, Tess should just let their teammate go here to play it a little bit safer. They are losing so much time to their cars ahead here. And we've already seen incidents happen. They could happen again. Tess using a lot of tire though, which is not great for them. I'm not going to lie. What can happen here with 12 laps to go? Are we going to see any more incidents? Was that the end of it? About to dry out, yes. 6.15 millimeters. Slight rain in 2 minutes. It's going to dry out a little bit, but then it's going to get even wetter. So I don't think it's going to have a huge effect on the cars. I'm going to have to be honest. But the two McLarens are holding everyone else up. That is kind of what's going on here. Surge 2 is playing the hold-up game. And the tires are being destroyed. You're not wrong. Because if Bowling get in trouble here potentially. But I don't think the tires are getting destroyed quick enough here that they're going to go all the way down in 10 laps time here. We'll have to see though. Just have to quickly post a drop in RPG. I'll take a look at it after, Lando. Appreciate that. But yeah, right now, I think our top 2 at least has been decided. We'll have to see if anyone can do anything to the McLarens. It is drying out right now, 4.7. I don't think it's going to dry out enough that we'll get more punctures though. But running in first is definitely a huge advantage. Race control. Track has changed to damp. Adaptability comes into play. Tires might start melting. Potentially. We shall see. I ain't nobody. This isn't going to be a Shakespeare review. Damn. Can AFN call safety car quick? We could have that happen. Roasty toasty time, mayhaps. But yeah, you can see both the mechanical failure here, or mechanical failure, and the Alpine merchant are running away with it. Seninia now has worse tires than Taz. If you remember, Seninia had about 20% tire advantage on Taz at one point. It is now a 7% tire disadvantage from just running so close for so long. And we're down to 3.37. The Mayhem last time started at 3.10, but it is going to start pouring down again in just a couple of minutes. But I think for the time being, everyone is kind of safe. Isa here is kind of trying to line up a move. But that does also cost a lot of tire. 1 minute until it starts pouring down again. 40% for Kaiser. 6 laps to go. Could we see problems? Yes, we could see problems. 38% for Poconaldo, Immigrant, and Daly here. Seninia could also find some trouble, but it is getting wetter on track. They should be okay. This contract will be under review after this race. Would be a good idea, yes. I agree. They should get reviewed after this race, indeed. Drivers do only get 2 wet tires, yes. This is the final wet tire. 30%-ish now for a lot of you guys. And we are going back to wet conditions. Question, adaptability. Does it affect lap time or also the tire degradation? So the main thing that is gonna, I'm just gonna stop here to just answer this question because it might be a little bit beneficial that I do so for the future. So what actually affects your tire degradation is just this right here. How much temperature you're putting into the tire. That is basically it. If you have good tire preservation, if you have good smoothness, you can lessen the effect a little bit about how quickly the tire degrades. But the main thing that is going to affect it is just straight up temperature. The higher the temperature, the quicker the tire is going to degrade. And that has nothing to do with adaptability. So adaptability doesn't actually affect the tire in any meaningful way. It just means that if I'm running a wet tire in conditions, which is what's going on right now, I will not be able to get full performance out of it. Basically, you will not be running as quick as you could because you're running on the wrong tire for the occasion. So it doesn't affect degradation in any way, shape, or form. It just affects how quick you are on that tire when it's the wrong weather for it, basically. So that's all. Of course, the more wrong the weather is for it, the more adaptability plays a part. Like with this, when it's just 0.10 off, you know, wet rather than damp, it's not going to have a huge effect. But it's when it's 3 millimeters instead of 4, for instance, and you're a wet tire, it's going to have a lot of effect on your lap times. Sardinia, though. 5 laps to go, 7% before a puncture. Are we going to see McLaren have a dreadful start to the season? A 20% loss now compared to Taz. Sardinia has lost 40% tire compared to their teammate. That's actually kind of wild. Wait, I overtook Poconaldo. Did you? Poconaldo is locked up and is guaranteed now of getting a puncture, basically. The Sauber bros got a little bit cocky, and both of them got sent to the Shadow Realm.
What caused that, I wonder?
I'm embarrassed that you overtook me in a race like this. How do you feel about this, Poconaldo, though? What do you feel about this right now? I'm not lost. It's a mild crap. The fact that we can praise that they're not lost in a situation like this is actually kind of wild. I'm not gonna lie. Just listening to Nero's stream like a podcast, I appreciate that. It does work as a podcast. And Mike, apologies. I really want this race to end if we want to the next one. Poconaldo. Well, I can share that sentiment with how things are going. You didn't even go into the pit lane. Cosby, do you feel familiar at this scene? We do another lap with a puncture here. How do you feel about this? Salt to the wound, kick being kick. Chief might not make it. There's actually a lot of drivers here might not make it. Chief, in fact, could very likely drop out of the points here. We could see Abby drop, and Crash a lot could, if very, very lucky with 3 laps remaining, still somehow get in the points. Sardinia here is in danger, and if Surge gets the overtake done and basically puts more heat into tires, we could see the McLaren 2 drop out of the points here. Just 3 laps to go, and Surge does in fact get that overtake done. But Sardinia is fighting it. Look at that. 22% now. 20% for Abby. Again, this is when it starts getting dangerous. And yeah, Chief 2 needs to survive till the end of this race on this time. That's going to be a little bit challenging. That's meant for Sardinia. This is extra heat going into that tire, which is not great. This seems familiar. Yeah, indeed. Poconaldo might go terrorist mode when getting lapped. Well, he is getting lapped right now, so he could cause some mayhem indeed. He stayed out again, I believe. Chief now in danger. Abby in danger. Abby with a puncture. And it has begun. Round 2. Well, it actually began with Poconaldo, but it truly began here with Abby because there was no lockup involved. And look at Crash getting held up. Poconaldo 2 now is going to cause some mayhem because there's a lot of cars coming up right now. Starting with the Aston of Surge. Gets by cleanly. Then Sardinia. Look at all these cars getting held up. And yeah, Chief got overtaken there by Pulling. Pulling pulled a move on Chief because of Poconaldo. And we can still see punctures here. Final lap. Chief falls out of the points due to Poconaldo's shenanigans. Tires hadn't exploded yet. What can Seninia do? Chief's tires explodes. Daly's tires explode. We could see Cecilia score points here purely because Seninia's tires explodes, but it needs to happen now for that to happen. It did in fact happen. Seninia's tires have exploded. Are you going to survive all the way till the end here? Get your points, or is that unfortunately it for you? Tires are getting held up again. Pauling gets by. Next up, we have Cecilia here. That's fine. That is very unfortunate with the puncture. But Cecilia could still pick up a puncture. It can happen at the 20% mark. Maldonado can get a puncture still. Both of them survived the first tick. Failure has won, but that's not what we're interested in. We're interested in the puncture championship here. Can Cecilia catch P10 with the puncture being imminent? Is Pauling going to be able to get Kaiser? I don't think so. But let's see. Last couple of corners. Does in fact survive. Maldonado picks up a puncture, however, but does cross the finish line. And yeah, Ferrari 11 and 12 from last in the grid. It's not a terrible finish for them. Pocanaldo, just one lap down. Honorable considering you've run like 5 laps with a puncture at this point. Mechanical failure wins. The Alpine runner-up Merchant gets second. Tess gets Surge fourth. We have Liam in fifth. Milo in sixth. Bowling in seventh. Isa, Pauling, and Immigreen scoring the final couple of points here.
Sometimes I think you just have to accept that it's not going to be your race.
Yes.
That was a bitterly disappointing.
Bitterly disappointing is how the commentator described that race. I disagree. A lot. Pocanaldo didn't pit, no. Pocanaldo did like 5 extra laps just for fun. P12 ain't too bad. No, not from starting last in a basically monsoon. I say that's good. Good to see Poker's currently winning the championship. Is he winning though? Hamilton would be proud indeed. Okay, Lifloof, I'm 9th. You can cancel this season. Mike leaves my team and decides to win a race. That's a classic, isn't it, Lando? But yeah, the punctures definitely played a part here, let's be honest. Unfortunately, Give Me a Points Loof did not have a good start to the season. Drivers then, mechanical failure here takes the lead. And who got the fastest lap point in this one? Unfortunately, it would have been Master Chief's point, but did not finish within the top 10. The point is unfortunately not awarded as it stands. Currently, we have a interesting top 3. Top 3 here. These are solo team carries as it stands at the moment. We see Ferrari and Sauber yet to score points after the first race of the season here. But yeah, let's go to the next one right away. Didn't you say Floof reverse jinxed me for the race? Clearly that didn't work. We shall see. We shall see. I have a clone for you tomorrow to deal with, so I don't think you should be too cocky. We're even going to Australia. The Floof's home right now. Fortunately, the Floof is only here in spirit. I don't think it was leaving your team. I think it was leaving Alpine. Yes, leaving Alpine brings life back to any soul. Crikey. Crikey, mate. Oh, that was terrible.
It's wonderful to be back.
Maybe I should leave Alpine then? No, you're Alpine forever. And we are getting heavy rain for quali. So AI will do stupid stuff again. I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna be out in Q1 again. No confidence here, apparently, from racing. Has no doubts they're gonna get knocked out immediately. We'll have to see if that actually happens, though. Let us see what Brooks can do here. Adaptability could play a key part in this qualifying session. You're not wrong. And for this one, it is gonna be wet, a little bit drier, and then a little bit wetter again. So whoever goes in the middle is going to have the best chance at going through here. We are just setting a bank lap early, then we'll go with the rest. And I will attempt to not be in the way too much. G3 for me, I'm predicting it. Welcome to Land of the Floof, a warning that everyone will leave here alive. Damn. Scary place, scary place.
Just keep your dash negative. Keep your dash negative.
Everyone is just chilling at the moment, waiting for the dry patch to arrive. And there we go. Look at all these guys. This is basically a one-lap shootout then. And Abby here has taken the lead. As the one can't wait for clean air to try and set this lap time. It is still getting slightly drier, so maybe a little bit off in terms of time. But we will see what Abby can do. And of course, everyone that is following Abby on this run. All that's needed here is just one spin, one lockup to screw over a lot of drivers. Someone should tell Gasly to leave Alpine so he can do well, damn. Well, we see a purple sector here from Abby immediately, so the clean air is doing her good. Purple taken by Zaninia. Then by Tess. Purple sector from a Ferrari, I didn't expect that. But yeah, the purple sectors are changing hands here quite a lot. Let's see what the time to beat is going to be here. A 123.3. Zaninia, very close. Green, a couple of tenths behind. Crash a lot, just 1,000 behind. Maldonado up into 5th, Search into 5th. We see a Floofington in 1st here, that must be a mistake. That's up into the top here. Everyone is getting shuffled, and right now we will be seeing cars in trouble. Milo, Poconaldo, Chief, Edster, and the Alpine Merchant here in danger. Green on the edge. And we should see another lap immediately here. It has gotten a lot drier from when Abby started her lap. So everyone will still need to do one more run here. And I think it's going to basically just be into the pits and straight out again. Leaving Alpine now would be stupid. Well, considering that it's still drying up, you could still have a terrible second run. It's getting a little bit wetter again right now. I'm gonna gamble on being safe. Chief here has done the correct stuff, gone out early. Edster has gone out late, which is not the correct stuff. Is it gonna be a problem though for Chief? Poconaldo, a lot of traffic around. Gonna need a little bit of help to set a good lap time here, I think. Let's see what Chief can do. It is getting wetter on track at the moment. 28.4 in the first sector. That is decent. But with other people setting similar lap times, probably not going to be good enough. Well, not lap times, sector times. 19.8 is very, very strong though. I think Chief is going to make it out here. Has also improving. Where can Chief go? Chief goes up into 6th. Green in danger. We see move up to 4th though. Maldonado cannot improve. Ferrari out again. Merchant does not improve enough. Out again. I don't think we're going to be seeing the Williams here Milo get through either, unfortunately. Didn't make it happen. Edster went out a little bit too late here. Could end up regretting that. Could knock out their teammate. Does not do that. Does not improve enough. 2 tenths off a safe position here. And from 15th to 17th here, it's just 100 in it. Oconaldo survives by 4 thousandths of a second as things stand. Pulling Merchant, Maldonado, Edster, and Milo out in Q1 as of this moment. Sauber heritage. Once again, I'm out in Q1. Why am I allergic to qualifying? Well, are you out in Q1? You mean the Alpine Merchant out in Q1? But yeah, Q2, it's actually going to be wet from the get-go here. This could be interesting. Let's see what the weather is expected. Just one very slight, well, dry period there.
Angry.
I thought Points Floof was out. No, Points Floof is fine. Points Floof is fine, Floof. Don't worry about it. Yeah, bank collapse now. It is going to get drier, which means everyone is going to do another run. Abby, Liam, Tess, doing some confidence boosting laps here, which could actually be kind of key to getting through this this second session. Tess is going quick. Tess is going very quick right now. 4/10 off my driver is actually a really strong strong showing here. And the question is now, do I need to do another run? What tires is everyone on? Everyone is on a wet tire, so I think it is safe. The worst case scenario, we'll just have to simulate the final qualifying session. It might happen. Let's see it. Bowling is the first one. Trying to set a good lap time here. And, well, the only dry spot left before this qualifying session ends. Oh dear, I'm fourth in Q1. I'm going to be stuck as a driver for Season 7. We shall see, Canivia. You should do a season where we simulate all 3 qualifying rounds every race. We could try that, I guess. At one point. Give me that suck. What? Looks very similar in terms of times here. We have a yellow flag. We see Floofington here with a red flag. Lap times are not being set. Bowling just barely gets one in there.
Let's take a look at the replay.
And Lando Floofington at home. Well, second home in this case. Okay, that's pretty hard.
Do anything about that crash, and that's a tough one to take for both driver and the car.
Floofington has brought out the red flag. It is actually getting drier now. Look at this. 3.73 millimeters. It's going to be one-shot quali again. Everyone will have to go again, and I think I'm included in that. 3.58 now. It's going to get even drier. I think we try the Intis. Well, it's not going to get drier, but you get the idea. We might need to actually do a run here with everyone else, so this is going to get fairly interesting. One-shot quali. Because of the fact that we have run out of weather, we have no data, it means we're going to get stuck at 372. So everyone should go out here on an inter-tie is what I would expect. We shall see. Yeah, inter-tires for everyone at the moment. And we even have time for 2 laps here, potentially. I'm going to send out Brooks here. We found a decent gap here. That is Points Floof. I'm fine with being behind Points Floof. Let us see here how the second, well, the one-shot call, thanks to Floofington, is going to go. Because everyone will have to set an improved lap time. Crash a lot, 30.2. I don't think it should be good enough. Looking at the rest here, maybe it is. Maybe staying on the wets would have been the correct choice. Because the lap times aren't improving that much. Well, the sector time, sorry. Aren't actually improving that much. Floof, what if this Floof is really Floof? Well, I do love that Floofington has now been involved in 2 crashes so far. Crashalol goes up to 3rd. Bowling 4th. We have Liam in 6th at the moment. Saninia moves up to 3rd. It seems like 7/10 of the time is kind of where they need to be. Mechanical failure here. Only 8 fast at the moment. It's going to be in danger, I think. Chief goes 8 fastest. And yes, Celia, currently the slowest one who has completed a lap. Ronaldo not going much quicker either, so
Okay, that's currently put you
potentially going the wet sit would be the better choice, all things considered. Ronaldo barely safe, up into 9th. 1,000 behind Chief as it stands right now. Kaiser, this is going to be their last chance to set a good lap time. Surge is in that very same boat, but did have some traffic to contend with here. And they get out of danger. And Surge get out of the drop zone. Survey says, yes, up into 3rd. Kaiser, what can we see from you here? Up into 9th. Poconaldo now is out. Points is out. Immigrant is out. Comes into the pit lane. Doesn't have time for anything else. Abby's in the pit. Failures in the pit. Poconaldo is slowly whimpering over to the pit lane. Out by just 1,000 of a second. That is incredibly unfortunate. But that is it for Q2, I think. We do have cars on track. They're currently just on the way into the pit lane. The Chow team continues their bad luck. As far as I'm aware, P15 and a DNF does not give Q3. You are correct, yes. You're joking by 1,000 of a second, indeed. Ferrari Masterclass. One Ferrari Masterclass, the other Ferrari Maldonado'd, by the looks of it. Yeah. Let us get to stealing this pole position point. It's going to be basically the same over the entirety of Q3. A little bit dry towards the end. So we're going to have banker laps and then a shootout towards the end of this session. Am I the only one here rooting for my own driver's downfall? I think Lando is also the same. Missed opportunity to call Sauber Chauber. Damn. Kind of regret not calling them that now that you say it, Cosby. Okay, banker laps. Surge fastest so far. Yellow flag there. As Brooke has handled a bit of an incident here. Daly.
Well, you can see the lockup. To be fair, though, even the best drivers in the world...
Could have been bad. Bowling goes fastest as it stands right now. Nice in 7th. And Brooke here goes into pit lane. After having that lockup moment. It's going to get even drier. So let's see here if anyone can knock Bowling off his throne as it or her throne as it currently stands. Two bros in Q3. Yes, the two brothers have made it to Q3 here. Bowling goes out last, which could be a benefit. Liam gets a lot of clean air. Crashalot gets a lot of clean air. Let us see if we see any sort of improvements here. Purple in the first sector. As bringing the fight right now. 2 tenths up on Crashalot. Purple in the middle sector. Are we going to see Haas supremacy here? Zaninia can't improve. Tess can't improve in the first sector. No one is taking that purple sector away, and the brother is even half a second down. That is not great. Zaninia goes fast in the middle sector, though. They're pretty equal now. Could be a pole position here from Liam. Bowling is not giving it up without a fight, however. What can Zaninia do here? 3 tenths off for Crashity. Zaninia goes second fastest, 3,000s off. Brother goes 7 tenths down in 4th, Taz in 3rd at the moment. Chief and Kaiser immediately change that though. Bowling does go quicker. Bowling the fastest in Q3 here. Liam 2nd, Zaninia 3rd, Chief, Kaiser. And we have Taz, Crashalot, Surge, and Daly here. Just less than a tenth separates the top 4. Just one of his stallions. Damn. P7 I will take. Well, it's better than P20, to be fair. I might be the new collapse. The new Colapinto. We shall see. Okay. Race is upon us. Let us start in the pit lane, where we belong. Let's see if the dry racing here gets a little bit better.
Well, it's great to have you with us, folks. Brace yourselves for the Australian Grand Prix. And it's lights out.
Lights out. Away we go. Great start from Bowling. Good start from Chief. It could get side by side with the McLaren. Lets the McLaren go, lets the teammate go, and that is a terrible corner from Chief, and we have an immediate yellow flag here. What has happened as Sliffington had a moment? Immigrant with a lock up in turn 1.
Look at the Mercedes. Things were going smoothly. Oh, and the car locks up. They took a gamble, and it was just too late.
CC somehow did not cause a red flag, but I have to question, why is there Sliffington in between? Well, there was a red flag. I assume you probably changed some parts. So, probably start in the pit lane on second thought, but yeah. Emma Green somehow didn't hit anyone with the first incident of the race. And even retired cars are overtaking Emma Green here, which is an interesting spectacle as things stand right now. Side by side racing, but Boeing has kept the lead here. Liam's kept second. Then in third, Chief has fallen down to 5th, which is not great for him. Crashlot up to 6th, Taz 7th. We have Daly in 8th, Search in 9th. And Pocanaldo got promoted to 10th, and my drivers got demoted. And we'll have to see if the Salvers are going to have a little bit of a better time around here. Taz, the only driver on the hard tires. Could be interesting to see what they do with an alternative strategy here, if you will. Do you mind not holding me up, please? I did no such thing. I did no such thing. This is Landa. But yeah, Kaiser is chasing down Senania right now. Cars are running fairly close. Mechanical failure here does want to get back into the points. As things stand, it's a little bit of a hard ask though. And with everyone running as closely as they are, we could definitely see some crashes as Poling moves up to 12th. And Kaiser now, with the RS, is that going to be enough to get anything done here? It is not. Fast lap, the way of Ferrari right now. As Serge moves ahead of the other brother, Pocanaldo, outside of the points at the moment. Getting overtaken. The engine is good, much slower than before. I think this is the best engine that I've given you guys in like seasons. I don't think you can complain about the engine. We get 2 Haas drivers in Q3 before a double Mercedes or Red Bull podium. Indeed. Right now though, Pocanaldo and Mechanical Failure are actually holding each other up. And look at this. There's a couple of seconds slower than some of the cars further up the order. And that could be bad for this race long term. We will have to see. A lot of cars here running very, very close, as mentioned. 1 lockup is all it takes for Mayhem to start. But I think we are going to allow it to go a little bit quicker. As we see Haas now in the lead. Need to showcase that. We have a Haas leading a race for the first time in forever. Bowling is not happy with that. Wants that back immediately. Fastest lap right now goes to Abby. I think we'll be seeing a lot of switches of position and switches of fastest lap. The fact that everyone is running this close, even with the mod that is supposed to make it a lot more difficult, is actually pretty interesting. Damn right, it's slander. You took my pole, put me in Alpine, and I'm teammates with AFN. It's not like I hailed you and ruined your race in 124. Saninia now takes the lead in the McLaren. The realistic mod is ass, even with the cars being decent. Well, life is tough. Life is tough on the Serengeti. Yeah, we have a lot of cars just following, but the gaps are starting to show here. Poconaldo is holding everyone up at the moment. The gap maker, the wall. How did you suddenly get 1.5 seconds down Abby? What happened? Abby now takes the role of just holding everyone up as it turns out. Merchant up into 12th. And Kaiser is chilling in 3rd at the moment. Interestingly enough, Taz is using more tire than some of the soft runners. That hard tire is getting destroyed right now. C2 is overtaking. Well, Ty's just unhappy because he's currently the one in danger of being overtaken, I guess. Up into 5th now. Back to 6th. As it turns out. But yeah, gaps are forming, mainly in the bottom 10, which is not great for them. I'm not gonna lie. With that said, there's not really much to do here, as we are just in one big DRS train, which is not uncommon with Australia. I have a lot of pace at the moment. I think you do, yes. Chief gets that position back though, so you're gonna have to work for it. And we have side-by-side running here in the top 2. As now moves up into 6th. Tires are... Those hard tires are not looking too hot, I'm not gonna lie. They're being destroyed pretty aggressively at the moment. And Floofington is where Floofington should be, lost. Mechanical failure is in the points. We have a yellow flag. I looked at Floofington for a second, and Floofingtoned into the floofing wall. And with that, we now have a safety car, and everyone is jumping into the pit lane.
Let's watch these cars as they head into turn 10. Within a split second, the impact's made, and that won't do their confidence any good.
That is actually insane. You did the exact same thing you did in quality. You crashed twice in Australia. And look at Kaiser getting held up here. Are we going to see anyone jump into the lead? We do. Liam with Haas's box here jumps into the lead as it stands. Crash a lot is up into 3rd. Surge in 4th. Chief in 5th. Bailey in 6th. Definitely taking advantage of the pit stops here. McLaren getting penalized down to 7th and 10th. And somehow Poconaldo has managed to get into 9th here. Polling 11th, polling 12th, Abbey 13th, points in 14th, Maldonado, Emma Green, Mills, Edster, sorry I called you Milo earlier, I genuinely couldn't remember. And then we have, unfortunately, Daly here, currently being last. But yeah, we are currently having a Haas sandwich. Hopefully you all find it enjoyable. Is Lando gonna take the lead in the DNF championship? Yeah. Ferrari is gaining in the pits. I don't think anyone's gonna dare name themselves after Floof. You're not Floof, you're Flug. Remember, Lando, you're Flugington. Eric completely forgot about his commissioned anti-floof mod he had made in the first season. Why do Liam take the pit stop and I will go to the pit? It's because it's a safety car, so everyone would need to pit anyways, so... Makes no sense not to take a free pit stop daily, so... Liam, as he was ahead of you, just gets advantage there, unfortunately. unfortunately. But everyone now is on a hard tire. We are basically just going to have a very long procession until we get to the pits again, or, you know, someone crashes. We'll have to see what happens first. But yeah, it's just going to be very similar across the border, I think, for all of us, which is kind of how it goes in these scenarios. Everyone is doing the same thing. No one is really saving tire or doing anything different, which means that basically the first two in the DRS right now are the only ones really that will be able to change positions. And right now, Kaiser is running a little bit away with it. And Liam is not having a great restart here. Needs to be said. Surge is hunting that last podium slot. I crashed 2 races out of 4. I might as well make it 4 out of 4. You've technically crashed 3 out of 2, Lando. Technically. You've crashed 3 out of 2 so far. Because you also DNF'd in quali, remember? To be fair, Brittany, you got a little bit of help, but DNF is a DNF. But we shall see how this goes, because these tires aren't surviving till the end, so we are going to get another pit stop. We're going to get some undercutting, and that could change things around again. And with all these cars running this closely together, one incident is all it's going to take. Just one incident. Kaiser is running away though, getting a pretty comfortable lead here of 3 seconds to Crash a lot and nearly 5 seconds to Surge. And we do have a yellow flag as Edster continues being Edster.
Everything's all right here. And the car just locks. It was just unable to do much about it.
Almost takes out of Williams, but survives. Unfortunately, though, it does put you dead last. I would say trying to do an undercut at this point would be preferable. Yeah, Sud is basically running inside of Liam at this point. Mechanical failure up into 5th at the moment. And trying to get onto that podium. Look at all these cars. Look at the DRS train. Lando has a 150% crash record, yes. That's a new record of 300 meters locking up. Obviously, but I'll do it anyway. Edster will somehow end up a lap down and take out Kaiser with his hubris as things stand. But yeah, Kaiser is having a really, really good race here. 2.5 seconds to Crash a lot. 3 seconds, sorry, almost 6 seconds to Surge. Unless something happens, Kaiser should have this one in the bag. And Edster does in fact try an undercut and does also commit to another pit stop. Soft tire with more than half the race to go is a bold move, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him. Let's see if this actually pays off. What lap times are you going to be setting here? Are there going to be anything to write home about? Not your first sector, neither is your middle sector. 19.7. It's still a lot quicker than a lot of cars out here, so you're getting 1 to 2 seconds a lap. Which is good. It means undercutting is definitely on the table. And fastest lap makes that even more likely. More than 2 seconds gained on the leaders as it stands. And in terms of what we can expect here, 19 seconds for pit stops. Right now, you can jump up to 14th. And for every lap you complete, if 5 more laps is what it takes before the rest start to pit, you could potentially jump into the lead. This is going to be fairly interesting to see how much of a nuisance Eds is going to be when everyone else starts pitting. And we have them already starting here. Zaninia comes in. Oconaldo comes in trying for the undercut. Clean stuff for the Sauber. Sorry, for the McLaren. Clean stuff for the Sauber to a hard tire. In theory, that can go till the end. That's going to be a bit of a tough ask. And right now, we could see Ed's undercut journey being cut short here. by being held up by his teammate. We could see Sauber and Sauber violence with the choice of stopping here. Problem being that he's on softs, yeah, but if he can hold up other people when they have great tires, he could be a nuisance. But right now, he's just going to hold up his teammate by the looks of it. As he does get by. Zeninia here too, going for that soft undercut potential. But yeah. Are we going to see pulling here, potentially stay out and get a puncture though? That's going to be interesting to see. Daily the worst. Ciao. Well, as you're still kind of struggling with your teammate. As we see a Mercedes double stack here for whatever reason. Mercedes deciding to double stack their cars is peak Ferrari strategy, I dare say. As Saubers are still just doing the back and forth squabbling. Ronaldo deciding that if I can't win this, at least I'm beating you. Is the message being sent to Edster right now. But yeah, that double stack from Mercedes was something special. Let's just put it like that. Bowling now comes in. Alongside Points and Maldonado. Hard to hard tire. Hard tire. I assume hard tire for the Maldonado too. That kind of just tells me that the hard tires can go till the end here. And yeah, Cecilia being absolutely shafted by that early stop. Pocanaldo at 17.7 though. Is in potential here for undercutting the leaders. One more lap like this and the lead has been undercut. So maybe not the worst strategy ever here for the Saubers. That's what teammates are for, right? Ruining each other's race. Exactly. Exactly, of course. I have speed. Are you? Are you really? Are you really speed? Well, right now you are in the window of Kaiser. And you will undercut anyone else when they do pit. So we could see a Sauber in the lead before long. Question is just how long will these guys stay out on the hard tires there? And Bowling is also in a great position here. Pulling is in a pretty great position. Are they going to allow themselves to be undercut here to infinity and beyond? Kaiser goes around again. We see Liam come in here. And we see also Merchant come in. A medium tire for the Haas. Medium tire for the Merchant. 22 laps. It should be doable. And look at the traffic here. Comes out behind Bowling. For both of them. Ahead of Maldonado. Ahead of Points. Ahead of Cecilia. And the DRS train is being restarted. I guess you could say here. But yeah. Bowling is being held up by Edster. I'm not going to lie. Edster right now is playing the team game for Pocanaldo. Just because the tires are destroyed. And Pocanaldo is being held up right now by Daly. As we see a lot of cars now find their way into pit lane. Medium for Crash a lot. Medium for Failure here. Clean stop. Medium for the Chief. And for Surge. They're going to go medium till the end here. And where are they going to slot in? For Failure, it is right behind Liam, Bowling, and everyone. But yeah. It's going to be a pain to get through. But Crash a lot has actually ended up behind Pulling here. Not the worst place to be, really. With fresh mediums. Only 2 cars that have pitted. Don't really count in India because they need to pit again. But yeah, Crash a lot in good position here. Kaiser, where are you expected to come out? In that very same traffic. Medium tire till the end is what we expect here. Taz, medium tire till the end. But where does Kaiser in fact come out? Pocanaldo just went by. Comes out ahead of Pulling. In a pretty decent window of clean air. And for Taz, that is not what happened. All the way down to 18th. And I think the order here is getting shuffled quite brutally. But Kaiser right now is still in a very, very good position. Pitted at the correct time. Pocanaldo needs to create a little bit of gap here, but is getting held up. Not the best position ever to be in. And where's Abby going to come out right now? Outside of the top 10 by the looks of it. Mills is also coming in. Medium for the Williams. So look at this. Can you imagine what one lockup would do there? Abbey out into 12th, Mills out into 18th here. Only Daly behind. And Saninia, Edster, both of them still need to pit. Oconaldo and Pauling could try and survive till the end, but it's going to be close. And we see damage on the Haas. What have you done, Daly? Since there's no notification, I assume it is underfloor related. That would make the most sense. How many punctures incoming? Honestly, good question. I don't think there's going to be a lot of them. Same between me and Poke has been going on since the first season, indeed. See you later, mind. Fine, but you owe. Wait, Poke, you could actually win this. Yeah, Poke could pull this off. Kaiser does need to get held up a little bit. Crashler needs to be held up a little bit, but yeah, Pocanaldo does have potential here. McLaren is not going till the end. 18 laps. Even if you run conserve, degradation around here is 2-3%. So yeah, that's not happening. Edster comes in the pit lane. Done playing the team game, as it turns out. Slow stop for Edster. Everything just goes completely wrong, as it turns out. So they only get slight damage. I have to change the whole car again despite changing it for the race. Yes. Your engineers hate you, Lando. In 1 week, they've had to build a new car 3 times. Can you imagine the workload? Kaiser has overtaken Pocanaldo right now. If Pocanaldo wants to have any chance of winning this, they need to stay with Kaiser. And that's going to be a bit of a tough ask on, well, used hards versus fresher mediums. But if they can stay with him, as we get close till the end, then it does become potentially a point-scoring finish here for Pocanaldo, for Pauling. Because those mediums will fade pretty quickly. This tractor goes pretty fast, it seems. Oh, that's actually kind of funny. The tractor is in fact moving quickly, and you are actually keeping up with Kaiser. Currently, we have Saninia leading. It's gonna need to pit again though, so not really anything to celebrate. Kaiser is in that lead. Pocanaldo second, then we have Crash a lot, then Pulling. And what are they giving you? Are they giving you a soft tire? They have gambled on a soft tire here for Saninia. And honestly, I don't think that's going to work really with being 16th on the grid after pitting. Is it going to be possible to overtake? Yes, but look at this train. Look at the trains they need to be contend with. Look at that. It's a nightmare approaching you. And that's going to be a little bit tough to deal with. Be honest, Lando, is that fresh car smell you're looking for? Tyson won the F2 tile in the randomized stats season. Why does he not have the role? If he doesn't have it, I probably just misplaced it or forgot to add it. But I can always fix that. Think on the softs they can score points? We'll see. It's going to be a little bit of a tough ask, I think, to get the overtakes done. But they can certainly try. 13 laps to go here. Pocanaldo is keeping up with Kaiser, which they need to do. Pauling is holding Crash a lot up, which they need to do. Everything is kind of going their way. And right now, Saninia needs to start getting overtakes done. But it's difficult, as cars ahead do have DRS. But could be close enough now that down this main straight, there will be a chance, but just not happening. Probably doesn't have the battery really to fight. Fastest degrading is medium slot? Yes. That's the thing. By the end of this, the hards will probably be quicker than the mediums. So for Pocanaldo, just staying with Kaiser is all he needs to do, really, to have a chance at this. And he's doing a good job at it. He's doing a very, very good job at it at the moment. And as mentioned, it is difficult to overtake. So for Saninia here, not really working out, even if they do have this immense tire advantage. $11 laps to go here. Poconaldo is keeping up. Crash a lot and pulling are keeping up. And we see damage for the Ferrari driver. Ferrari driver has picked up damage here, and it does not look to be from wings. I assume it is underfloor. Crash a lot here has probably been pushed wide a little bit, picked up some underfloor damage over the curbs. It happens. And interestingly enough, that underfloor damage has actually made them quicker. I don't know how. Some sort of sorcery. Some sort of sorcery has allowed crashes to go quicker after picking up damage. Merchant Aphalia, squabbling over 5th at the moment. Still just one long DRS train. 10 laps to go here. The medium runners are not going to have a good time here towards the end. The hard runners probably are going to take the longest straw, if you will. And Saninia here really can't make any headways even with those fresh soft tires on, unfortunately. A little bit too difficult. Pulling right now. Goes past the Ferrari driver. And honestly, this is going to come down to the wire for who takes the last podium slot and for who takes the win. Positions are changing hands further down the order, however. And honestly, I don't even know who's going to finish in the points there. Currently, Bowling is holding on to the final point. But there's a lot of cars in this train. Maldonado is getting shuffled downwards, though, pretty aggressively, I dare say. And that is not good news for him. Failure is being dropped by Liam at the moment as well, giving Abby a chance there to get an overtake done. That is exactly what happens. Even the Alpine Merchant here could get involved. Not good news for Failure. Under pressure as it stands. And Abby has got the DRS again to the car currently running 5th. Taz moves up into 10th momentarily. They're still side by side. Taz is working hard to claim that point. Bowling goes really wide. Taz right now in position to score 1 point. Abby getting ready to attack the Haas. Not happy with 6th, 1/5. And the DRS zone is coming up right now. And the overtake is pretty much a done deal. But is it too early? Maybe. It really needs that overtake a little bit later, if you ask me. 5 laps to go. Tires are getting worn. You still have something happen before the end. And here's me cruising around track. And now over to Edster, who's just chilling in the cleanest air on the track at the moment. Well, technically Crash already has some cleaner air, but one of the cleanest air driven cars at the moment back here. Just chillaxing. I'm actually hoping for the Poconello win against all odds. We shall see. 5 laps remains. High Delta is decreasing rapidly. You're not wrong. Is everyone else also hoping Poconello wins, or it's just me? Everyone's rooting for you, Poco. How does it feel like to have everyone rooting for you to win instead of the Kaiser? Currently, though, Poconello is getting dropped. 8 tenths, 7 tenths, 6 tenths. Living dangerously at the moment. It's getting that time back, though. Was looking questionable there for a second. What can Abby do here? To get Tragedy for that final podium slot. Still just biding their time. And Liam and the other Abby, the just Abby, is still squabbling over 5th. Tess still holding on to 10th here with all they have. Bowling getting a little bit detached. And that is going to be bad for them in the fight for points here. Tires are still degrading. Still getting closer. Crash a lot, sorry. Force of habit, Cosby. Not gonna lie, watching the stream while slowly munching at my meal as I recover from a failed wisdom tooth extraction is quite an experience. A failed wisdom tooth extraction sounds like an experience in itself, and I hope you're okay. I really, really hope you're okay after that. Points or not, I will make it to see the checkered flag. Will you? Lando, will you? You have yet to see a single checkered flag, my man. You don't even know what the flag looks like. Yeah. Maldonado now, in 10th here. Pocanaldo and Kaiser, 2 laps to go. No real overtake happening right now. In fact, getting dropped right now. Second behind. With the final lap very, very soon to be upon us. Pauling has not given up though. Is probably going to try and send it here in the DRS zone. Great defense there from Crash a lot. Liam tried the same thing. Taz and Maldonado squabbling over 10th. Pocanaldo, unfortunately, as the final lap starts here, has been detached. And Kaiser is running away with it a little bit. No overtakes there further back. Maldonado still holding on to 10th here. Is Abby going to be able to get the final podium slot from a slightly damaged Ferrari? Or is Crash a lot going to be able to hold on? Remains to be seen. There's actually a ton of cars that are running very, very close to each other. We'll have to see what happens here with Liam and Abby. We're going to have to see here with Tess, Maldonado. Merchant has somehow just settled into 8th here. Failure settled into 7th. But Abby now getting close to the final DRS zone. Is it going to be enough? Oh, side by side. Ferrari gets a better exit though. And I think that is Crashalot securing a podium. Kaiser is going to get the win here. Pocanaldo gets second. Crashalot, I think, secured a podium with that one. Is anyone else going to try and do a charge here to the line? Maybe. But it looks like we are finishing in this order. Maldonado here being our final point scorer. Kaiser wins. Pocanaldo comes second. Crashalot gets third. Pauling gets fourth. Abby gets fifth. Liam gets sixth. Failey gets seventh. Merchant gets eighth. That's in ninth. And Maldonado gets that final point.
Sometimes I think you just have
I'm
to
sorry, I
accept
should
that
have
it's
voiced
not
my
gonna be
support for
your race.
Pocanaldo.
Having to retire early will no.
T2 for the Shao team is not bad. Abby here improving 10 places is also pretty good. Most of the top here did improve places, probably thanks to a certain driver creating a flag. Well, a safety car. So Flugington here might end up last, but they did definitely have an effect on the championship. Halfway through, 2 more races to go. Is anyone going to knock out any of the top 9 as things stands? Or what's going to happen here? What's the Ferrari? The driver of the day moving up 10 spots. Yeah, that's not bad. But 18 times more points than Edster. I'm sorry to tell you this, Pocanaldo, but 18 times 0 is just 0. So with that in mind, I'm going to have to just delete these points and put you back down here with Edster. Both of you are back to 0 points. Because that's how it works, unfortunately. But yeah. Constructors, not really important enough to. I'm going to have to be honest. But these 9 are currently the ones looking to go through to F1. We'll have to see how it actually shapes up, though. Lando Flugington, you are the problem because of you have lost. How does it feel, Lando, to be the problem child? I feel like every time we do one of these, one driver turns into the designated problem child that just causes problems for everyone else. Austria, you not crash a lot? I don't believe so, no. I think it is 439 Racing that is crash a lot, if I'm not misremembering. I am tomfoolery. Yeah, you are in fact tomfoolery. I'm just gonna check. Let's see if the AI has done something silly or if you're all still equalized. I'm just gonna double check because this is when the AI would have their first set of parts done. And these parts are gonna be worse than what you're currently running on your vehicles. So I'm just double checking here to see if we are still good to go. And unless Aston has done something stupid, we are in fact good to go. Every car is still equal. Let's go to Coda and see if we have another DRS train on our hands.
Welcome to
My Floof teammate needs to step up now. Stop torpedoing. I have double the chance of anyone to score points, and I've yet to score any. There's 2 rounds. Yeah, F2 is just 4 races, Poconaldo, and no double points for final race. It's just that I can get it done within 1 weekend, basically, because there's 2 divisions. 8 races would be too much. Texas is indeed next, yes, and
welcome everyone.
final race is Barcelona, I believe. Let us see what the qualifying has to offer here.
Hungary.
Back lap underway. I'm gonna get to Q2 and then out. I'll have to see if traffic curses any of you. Well, it cursed me apparently.
Watching the action closely here. And
What did
wide
Dean
they go,
do?
leaving the racing line.
It's just a lockup. It could be a lot worse. We'll take that. Could have been way worse. And somehow still 3 purple sectors. No one's gonna beat that final sector. Don't worry about it.
Save a bit of fuel, please.
Well, I was wrong, unfortunately. But yeah, we're gonna have to go again. If we can find a good window where we don't screw anyone over. And that's gonna be a little bit of a tough ask, I think. So I'll be focusing on that for just a, well, second here. Okay, let's see here. Can we... Bowling is on his way. Yeah, it's still bankers, but I don't want to be a big problem, so... Let us get going and out of the way here. Hopefully. Okay, conserve and harvest, run standard, and just get back to the pit lane, please. Okay. Chief's third fastest. Maybe got a little bit of a helping hand there, as they were behind my driver. A little bit of DRS, well, slipstream pull, if you will. Where are the Ferrari drivers gonna go? One went up to 5th. Where can we find the other one? 19th. Edster, once again, 21st. And we have Abby, Crashalot, Kaiser, and Points. Currently in danger here before the banker lap starts. Liam, once again, quick. Spare points? No, there's no spare points for you, Floof. Sorry. Ferrari, if I speak. I got held up by the Alpine Merchant. Yes, the Alpine Merchant is a known problem. And mechanical failure here has decided to go for a fast lap when most cars are in the pit. Which is probably a good choice, considering you are in danger. Bowling and Surge have elected to do that very, very same thing. Which is, again, probably a good idea. I'm not gonna lie, that is probably the best idea the air has ever had. Failure here goes fastest. What about bowling? Goes 8th fastest. Surge. Where are you gonna place it? Only 9th fastest. A terrible final sector, unfortunately. Also had a lot of bowling there. Currently in danger, Edster, who's still in the pit lane. Hello? Abby's going, Crash Lot is going, Kais is going, Points is out. But Edster is finally going right now into traffic paradise, as it turns out. 2:15 to get around the track. Hopefully no one will hold you up, because if they do, you're out. Let us see here. Abby is going. Not the best first sector. I think we're going to see an Aston unfortunately go out here in Q1, and that is in fact what happens. Points is trying a fast lap. Decent first sector. Still down a couple of tenths compared to the cars around. Let's see if Luke gets his prayers answers. Celia improves first sector, not in the middle sector. Crash a lot is improving. Zaninia is improving. Who is going to get knocked out and who is going to go through here? Points move up to 13th. What can Crash a lot do? Edster is also improving. Maybe finally the Salvers will have something to celebrate. Kaiser is improving. Bluffington is in danger. As we see, someone vanished from the bottom 5. What can Kaiser do here? Fastest can Kaiser do. Pulling now. Not the best first sector. Zaninia is out. Edster, what do you have to offer? Can you knock out the points? You can, but you're still in danger. And pulling is going pretty rapidly around. Have you done enough? Or 0.02 of a second. Bluffington cannot improve. Points cannot improve. Esther survives by 0.02 of a second. That is wild. That is wild. Flugington here is going to eat a penalty. Abby, Zaninia, Flugington, Floof, and Abby pulling out in Q1. Esther survives by 0.02 of a second. That is kind of nuts. Not gonna lie. Banker laps underway. Do not let CC win. Damn, anti-fans in chat here, apparently. To the surprise of nobody, the floofs have floofed out. Yes, indeed. Under floof with a penalty, you would have thought. It happens. Happens when driver isn't a good qualifier? Is your driver a good racer, though? I guess yes. The floofs are holding hands. They are. Now that I've caught up to the chat, let us pick this up a little bit again.
I'll stay negative.
Let's see where the banker laps first. Mills not having a good one. Crash a lot did not have a good one either. Oh, we have a yellow. Who's the yellow? Who's the problem child? It's Surge. Surge has had a Surge moment.
Round they spin. Not a mistake they'll want to make again.
The master spun has arrived. Yeah, Surge is in danger with that. Maldonado goes 4th fastest. What can the bottom few do here? Liam's banker. Where is he going to place him? 9th fastest. Bowling was 6th. Edster up to 7th. That's surprising. Virgin now takes that away immediately. Before we do the final set of fast laps here. Surge, Mills, Pocanaldo, Crash a lot, Failure, and Liam. The drivers in danger. That's been ruined my lap. Poconaldo already delivering blame here to Surge for him spinning and distracting him. But yeah, Edster, I still think you're going to be in danger here because I think we're going to see some improvement from other drivers. Surge not really improving in the first sector, but that's not where he was losing out. Middle and final sector are going to be the two big question marks here. I do believe. And the middle sector is an improvement. Is it going to be enough of an improvement, though? It is not going to be enough. With that, Surge is out in Q2. The traffic paradise is tough. Chief is currently on a fast lap. Is just outside of danger at the moment. Let's see if they can improve. Poconaldo is already 3/10 down on Chief. The middle sector there, with all that traffic, all that slowness, it's not going to be a good place to be. Gets more than that back. 4/10 gained on Chief. Where does Chief end up here? Does not improve. Poconaldo improves, but not enough. Only up to 12th here. Liam is improving at the moment. Currently one of the drivers in the drop zone. Can knock out Chief. Can knock out their brother, actually. As things stand. Celia improves. Still only 4th best. Or 3rd best in this case. What can Liam do? Mills is improving. Failure is improving. Or at least trying to improve. And the Haas goes 3rd fastest and knocks out Chief here. Failure is trying, but not really getting the improvement they need. Are we going to see? Mills does not improve. Failure does not improve. Crash a lot. I don't think you're getting that one, to be fair. With that, I think we have the unfortunate ones here. Let's see what the Ferrari can do going across the line. Does not improve that time even. And with that, we have Chief, Poconaldo, Failure, Crash a lot, Mills, and Surge out in Q2. The shower's fallen to me. What is happening to my Q2? You just give up, Mike. Clearly, you just give up. You have enough points. You're ready to just retire. Prepare for next weekend, I guess. I don't know. Q3 from the Chauber? Yeah. Let us see what Q3 has to offer. And maybe I steal a tiny, teeny little point. Maybe. After all, why should I not take it? It should be mine.
Green light.
Let us see what the bankers are going to look like here. That is a lot of traffic for the Kaiser to get through. That is not going to be a great banker lap. 2 seconds down on Liam in the first sector alone is actually kind of wild. That's currently the fastest one on track. That is quite the difference. 6/10 advantage as it stands right now. Could we see a McLaren take pole position? I say it's getting ready for their outlap. Probably going to get a lot of traffic again. Kaiser has decided that the traffic paradise is their home at the moment. And we once again have Edster deciding that I will be the last car on track. Mother, I will be the last one arriving at the party. But yeah, Edster has now gone out here. And they should translate into a little bit of traffic. So we'll have to see how that goes. Kaiser improves first sector. The gaps should be big enough here that Kaiser will be okay. And will not lose time. The traffic up in front, but we'll have to see. Not the best middle sector here from Kaiser. Only improves 1 place. That's even faster on the second run in that first sector. A new purple has been claimed. Bowling 2 tenths down in the first sector. Cecilia takes that purple first sector away. What can bowling do here? Can they cause any sort of threat here to Taz? No. New purple middle sector for Taz. That's actually kind of wild, but what can the Hasses do here? Are they going to move up a little bit? Liam will not. Daly moves up to second. And Taz actually improves their initial time. That's wild. Maldonado third. What can Celia do here? Goes second fastest. Merchant goes third fastest. And Edster, what are you going to do? Are you going to do anything worth writing home about? You are very close to the lead here. You're 1/10 off at the moment. Are we going to see a Sauber front row? Nope. Second row for the Edster here. And Taz had a monster first run, improved on that. Cecilia almost managed to take that away. But yeah, not the best of runs here for Kaiser. Track evolution time. That is one way to describe it, yeah. Tess woke up and decided to become Verstappen. Not wrong. But yeah, that is going to be an interesting race here then. My Q2 time was a few tenths faster. Indeed, indeed. Now I can sabotage Lee. Wow. Now, this is Coda. Degradation is high, so the question is going to be, who is going to have the most insane strategy with the AI, and who's going to get punctures? Let us see how terribly this is going to go for all parties involved.
Sit tight and get ready. It's the United States Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Great quality from Taz. Not the best start, however. Manages to hold on here. Merchant immediately launches an attack on Edster. And does in fact snatch that position. Pushes him off track here. And that allows Daly here to snatch that 4th place. Edster down to 5th immediately here. Yeah, not the best of starts. And I'm just going to retire my vehicles. And then we'll see what everyone is up to. But yeah. Great qualifying. Not the start needed to follow up there. But with a hard run in bowling behind, it should be pretty secure in 5th here. Ronaldo, 10th place. Then we have, of course, 2 floofs holding hands with Abby. Deciding to go long at the back of the grid. Those hard tires. Probably not what I would have done. I'm not going to lie. Tez getting a little bit of break here. But I do believe the DRS train will catch up to everyone sooner rather than later. Can already tell that I still have an abomination of a strategy. Do you not feel that Sauber will give him a strategy worth writing home about? Is that what I'm hearing? Oh, that is actually kind of funny. That was dirty, expected from the Alpine. Jumped by Hans, indeed. There's currently 9 different teams in the top 10. Well, we were close. There are a couple of Saubers. There's a couple of Hasses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 different teams in the top 10. Teams that aren't in the top 10 is the Astons and the V-Carbs. Unfortunately for them. Tez has been overtaken by Cecilia, who's actually managing their tires a little bit better. Failure with a lockup.
Now we should be able to take a look here. Now this is where the RB driver's involved.
Oh, Natalie, I see my crashing quality. No, you survived this time around.
And there's the lockup. And hopefully there's not too much damage to the tires.
I think Mike is doing interpretive art right now while driving. That was interesting to watch. But the tires do not agree with that. 66%. Undercutting on the table now, of course, because the AI will be forced pitting earlier. But yeah, questionable, to say the least. Scared to be the other blue. Well, as long as you stay behind, you're kind of safe, so... Yeah, just stay where you are, Lando, and you will have nothing to worry about. I say before Abby destroys you, which would be funny in its own right. I am not gonna lie. I am not gonna lie. We'll speed this up a little bit. Cecilia is running away a little bit here. Taz and Merchant not doing what is needed right now to keep up, honestly. That is a little bit of a problem. Lando Flukington, can you crash? Well, we can always hope. But right now, nothing is really happening here. Edsa, not really having the good start here. About to get overtaken by their teammate. If this continues as it has. For Ronaldo up to 8th, Edsa down to 6th. Has basically eaten through their softs here and is going to start dropping as a result. 2 Chaubers in top 10? Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad at all, really. You're really trying. You just go flat out into the wall. Damn. That's dying a death out there after being exceptional in quality. It happens. It happens that you delete your tires for no good reason. It's the AI way of life. I'm certain of it at this point. Bowling is also doing a good job of holding everyone back on those hard tires. And somehow Tess lost about 2 seconds there in a couple of corners. Which is wild. I use my softs too much to overtake. Well, it happens. Has podium before GTA 6. There's a lot of things that can still happen before GTA 6. Would not surprise me if it gets delayed again. Let's be honest. GTA 6 could very, very well be delayed again. And we would be none the wiser. Will Flu finish at all? We shall see. But right now, we are just waiting really for Taz to start the pit lane mayhem here. Honestly, needs to get in the pits here. Pocanaldo needs to do the same, really. And we do have 2 cars that having pitted, while I was a little bit distracted. Failure and Senenia has already gone in. And now it is Taz's turn. Is it hard tires? I believe it was. And we can already see Failure here, trying to catch back up, but the undercut here is in motion for Failure. It is in motion for Taz, so getting those places back is definitely viable as things stand. Floof finished the points before GTA 6. Well, a Floof, we've already figured this out. Floof, a Floof only finishes in the points if it is random rolled. Pocanaldo. Hard tires for the Sauber. Are you beating Taz out? No. You are beating the other 2 out, though, which is kind of good. Failure and Saninia are kind of sabotaging each other at this point, which is kind of a wild sentence. Let's just see now. How quick is Taz actually compared to everyone around? We have more cars coming to pit lane. Alpine Merchant. Those are hard tires. Medium tires for Surge. They're doing something a little bit different. Kaiser also medium tires. Flugenton here, or Flugenton. Hard tires. And what we are seeing here from Merchant is that they're actually ahead of Taz. That's a little bit surprising. 38.9. 1 to 2 seconds gained a lap. The Alpine Merchant is looking pretty strong right now. Pretty much with an advantage as Maldonado. And pulling gets away into pit lane. Medium for the Ferrari, clean stop. Hard for the Mercedes, also a clean stop. Where is Merchant gonna be? Ahead of both of them. Maldonado comes out, couldn't get Taz. That should be okay for them. Merchant now has to contend with just Abby. Needs to get by. His time stuck behind is time lost in the race. I got the better strategy. Poconaldo's celebrating right now. Pressing Ferrari strategy is failure number uno. Yeah, you're not wrong. Not wrong. Immigrant now into the pit lane. Where is a race leader going to come out? Are they going to come out ahead of Merchant? And right now, it looks like that is just about happening. Perfectly timed pit stop. Kaiser goes quickest out of everyone. On those fresh medium tires. And that tells you everything you need to know about undercutting the cars ahead. Anyone who stays out is getting undercut here. No question about it. And right now, Merchant, Tez, and Maldonado should be the top three. Edster is playing the long game here when staying out. And that could definitely hurt long term. Lando, please crash. I need a safety car. Bailey has come into the pit lane here for a hard tire. Mills is also coming in. Hard tire for the Williams. Bailey is going to stay in the top 10 just about. Does come out ahead of Maldonado, causing a little bit of trouble. Mills is down to 18th here and does one of these.
It was the Williams driver we see there.
A little bit early, but...
And then the car just goes. In the end, just a helpless passenger.
all that I needed there was literally just a, you know, I'm here to talk about your car's extended warranty. Mills having not the best of pit exits, let's just put it like that. Celia still looking good, but Merchant has taken a net leader at the moment. And yeah, I do question what the plan is for the top four here. Liam comes in the pits here. What is awaiting the Haas? It is a medium tire and a teleportation all the way down to back of the grid, and that should be it. That should tell Bowling, Edster, and Chief what their fate is, unless Flugington here decides to cause a red flag. Bowling, Edster, Chief all decide that nah, we're just getting this out of the way. Let's cancel the pain and suffering. Medium for Bowling. A soft tire for Edster. They're gonna try and undercut again. Chief has gone for the soft one as well, and Crashity is Crash a lot.
The Ferrari team prepared for the stop.
Is just enjoying a relaxing time in the pit lane.
We see the issue occur here.
You do? Because I don't. But yeah, Crash a lot here. Not having the best pit stop. Gets sent to the absolute Shadow Realm here. But everyone except for Abby has pitted. Saninia is also in that boat. But I think we've been here before where we don't know who's actually going to win because there's just going to be so many more pit stops. And that is going to change things around. Like, Bailey here needs to pit again. Fairly soon off those hards. Remains to be seen. We could even see punctures here potentially, so it's all still up for grabs. Pro went for a coffee, yeah. Let us see. Cecilia is pushing 137.3. Going pretty quick at the moment. Ugh. 3 seconds a lap faster, let's go. Well, the problem with being 3 laps a lap faster is that at one point you're going to find traffic. And then you're not going to be 3 seconds a lap faster anymore. I think you've found that spot, Edster, unfortunately. Kaiser is going to be a little bit of a nuisance here. No holding back. We are enemies. It's brother versus brother in a game, Floof. That is literally no holds barred. Full war, if you will. Not having the aerodynamic upholsters from Season 6. The gaps forming, it can work, yeah, but Kaiser is holding you up, and you finally do get by. The Kaiser there did cost you a lot of time. And it could still cost you even more, as it turns out, but yeah. Currently, Daly is in a good position, though, for the Haas to score points. Which is surprising. Failures tires are about to explode. Tess decides to get rid of theirs. A soft tire. Okay. What is B-Carb cooking here for Mike? It is a soft tire for Mike as well. Interesting to see how this is going to work out for them, honestly. Going to be an interesting family dinner if they crash into each other. Well, it's kind of difficult because most of the time the Haas boys have been like a, you know, a grid sandwich. Oh, we have a yellow. We had a very yellow. Daly.
Right, so this was
Daly getting cursed here by...
That's where they slightly run off the track. But all
Hey, he cut the corner. Penalty. Penalize him, FIA. Penalize him. Yeah, currently still holding good here. Black flag fans. Indeed. Be quiet. Daly is currently very, very afraid of the commentator's curse. Magically teleporting him into a wall. Like Flugington does. On the regular. Give him the maximum penalty. The strategy is incredible. Well, we'll have to see. Still, about half the race remaining. Edster comes into the pit lane. You have a hard tire left. The AI could try and have Edster go till the end now on those hard tires. I'm not joking. And that could be wild. Surge with a bit of a slow stop there, it looked like. Hard tires till the end potentially for him too. Yeah, this could be very, very interesting to witness, to see how this is going to work out for the Sauber crew. If they are going for hards till the end. Cecilia has lost the lead and decides that might as well pit. Hard tires till the end is the strategy there too for the race leader, so to speak. And for Kaiser, we are getting to the point here where the final pit stops are starting to get put into motion. Points Floof does take fastest lap as of now, but Points Floof will need to pit again, so that's not a good thing. And, well, they're still running hand in hand as it currently stands here. Are they going to go till the end on these rounds? I think they can, but it's going to be challenging. It's going to require managing the tires, which the AI is not very fond of. It's inevitable, just embrace it. Ocanaldo pits, and what did they give you? A medium tire. That's going to be a little bit rougher to do. 23 laps on a medium. The AI will try it, don't get me wrong, but it's going to be rough. And Cecilia here moves up into 7th, getting a little bit of a confidence boost. 28% tires now for Kaiser. Merchant comes in. Maldonado comes in. What are we going to see here? Medium tires. Maldonado, they had hards for you. They have hards for Kaiser for pulling medium tires. So the AI is going to try and pull hard and medium tires till the end here. And for Maldonado, you actually come out in a really, really good spot here. Just a couple of seconds behind Merchant, who is currently kind of being held up a little bit by Chief here. If Chief isn't willing to give that up, there could be even more of a problem. Yes, it is. Unless you conserve, it's going to be tight. Yeah, and the AI doesn't really conserve, so that could get interesting. Red flag now. What do you say, Lando? We've been ordered to wave a red flag. Can you make it happen? This is a textbook petrol win. Is it? Because this is Petrov down here. Petrov's driver is pulling Floof. Celia is Canevia's driver, so yeah, I don't know if I agree with that one. What did they give Chief here? A medium tire. And we have a mechanical fault for Flugington.
It looks like they're carrying some kind of fault.
Flugington has picked up a mechanical failure, which leads me to question, you've crashed 3 times. What have they not replaced in your car? And the answer is the ERS and the engine. Hey, that's my job. Mike is saying that because his drive is called mechanical failure. So yeah, he feels this job is currently being threatened by Lando. The fault has been confirmed to be behind the car. Oh, we see damage. Edster.
There's a yellow flag.
Crash involving multiple vehicles. Give me your points. Floof is here to take Edster's points. Just shuffles him wide right there. Damage to the front wing. Damage to the suspension.
And for the crew watching on in the garage, it really must have been a hard one to take.
Wrong, that needs to be a red flag. Yeah, Edster now has a little bit of front wing damage. Did you lose tire durability too from that? I think so. 76% now with 19 laps to go is not what you need. That is not a good thing for the Sauber. You get penalized for it too. 5-second penalty goes the way of the Sauber. I was just about to say the Edster was cooking. He picks up a damaged front wings and a penalty. Ronaldo jinxes his teammate. Really, really hard here. Wait, I'm not being blamed? Sweet. Why do you guys try and jinx yourselves constantly? It's not even funny this at this point. Liam finds the pit lane. Saninia finds the pit lane. Medium for the Haas. Medium for the McLaren. I assume we're getting a hard tire and a fresh front wing. And Flugington here comes in for a medium tire before they send it into the wall. Because the two Floofs are once again neck and neck here. And one has no confidence. Be very, very afraid. I say one thing incorrect and both Floofs get punished. Oh, classic. Classic. For the culture. Oh. As into the pit lane now. Medium tire. We are going to see Bolin come into the pits. We are going to see the Haas driver come into the pits. And positions will be lost. There's no way around it, really. Bolin has been caught by Cecilia. Merchant, Maldonado, both of them are also chasing. Cecilia just needs to get clean passes here and not lose time to the others. I fear both have no confidence. Floof and P20, name a more well-known combination. Floof and lost in the championship. That thing is getting closer to me. That thing has just gotten by you, so all you need to do is just not challenge it. Bowling, soft tires, 16 laps. Not the worst place to be. Failure is going to need to pit again. Edster has that penalty, so let's face it, Bowling is literally net P5 at the moment. Probably not going to be able to chase the top 4, or rather the top 3 here. But is net 4th, probably, as things stand. So, yeah, in a good spot at the moment, as Cecilia has taken the lead. And we do see Daly here come into pit. So the second Daly is done pitting, Lando, you are free to crash, get that red flag out. And then we can all live happily ever after. Soft tire for the Haas driver. Down into 7th behind Bowling.
Now down to the pits.
Mills with a pit stop issue. That is unfortunate. Mills and Crash a lot here are getting involved with the floofs. That's not where you want to be. This is the cursed land where you might get taken out if you aren't careful. I want to keep the 4 out of 4 crash. Now that Daily has pitted, we can crash? Yes. Surely tomorrow's stream can't go worse for me, right? I just want to... I wish I could show you, Floof, just a clip of Homer saying the worst day of your life yet. Like the worst stream yet for your driver. You will Lando will somehow crash out 3 out of 4 races, and you'll pull a 4 out of 4 tomorrow. Blue supercut of failures. That wouldn't be a supercut. That would be an actual movie. Let's be honest. Yeah, Bowling has caught up to Edster. 15 laps. You are not going till the end, Edster, on this hard tire. You are doing another stop. And with the penalty, that's going to suck. That is going to suck massively. You are holding up the soft runners now, however, which, even though the gap is huge, isn't really helping anyone. You're just being annoying at the moment. Which is definitely worth it. It's worth it to be annoying. Flugington has also fixed, or Flugington has actually fixed his failure, so he's good. But yeah, Edster here is having a battle for 4th, which is very likely to result in Edster not scoring any points, unfortunately. Oh my god, my tires got eaten up. That is one way to describe what happened to you, Poconaldo. Yeah, I do believe you might need some new tires. But Edster is just not giving up here. Like, Edster has very worn hard tires, and it's just like, nah, I'm not letting you go. Get back here. Round 29. Basically, look at that. Edster is just not giving up. And both Bowling and Daly here are just having their tires shredded from the added heat. This track eats tires, and being stuck by another car like this is not where you want to be at Coda. Oconaldo's going to need to pit again, and that's going to absolutely suck. Needs a red flag. A red flag is also not something that would save Edster. It would actually punish him even harder. Maybe. So, yeah. Albers want a red flag, and they don't want a red flag, and they want a prayer, basically, at this point. They need 2 red flags. Need to pass Petrov. Just scoot over, please. Did Esther finally get overtaken by Bowling? It does look like it. It's still giving it as all, though, to keep up. But yeah, can no longer be a nuisance here. And we might actually see what kind of pace Bowling has on those freshers offs now. 35.7 is what Failure is doing. So we're probably going to see something similar from Bowling. Top 3 very slowly closing up. They are 10 laps to go, though. And they've used a lot of tire already. Like, if we take a look at this tire history for Cecilia, 14 laps have been spent on these hard tires, and 45% of it has been used. There's still 10 laps remaining. If 30% of it gets used, they're going to be in trouble. So we could still see the tires become the final factor here, if you will. As Daly has also gotten by Adster. And the two Salbers now are just holding everyone up. Look at Poconaldo. Already gathered 4 cars. It's going to get failure in just a couple laps time if they can keep this up. Kaiser finds a little bit of freedom. But yeah, at this point, we could have a Sauber double puncture if this keeps up. What have I done? You're winning a race, Canavia. That's what you've done. Could you imagine if your Cecilia Immigrant driver takes a F1 title somehow? Then you'd be complete. You've already won both titles as TP. Time to take both titles as a driver. The real question is the Sauber double stack. I think the gap between them is good enough that it doesn't matter. It's 5 seconds. Yeah, it's 5 seconds. I think that will be fine. That's right now. I think Poconaldo is just staying out until he gets a puncture. Poconaldo is going to be eating a puncture here. The question is just who is going to be sacrificed with him as Chief moves up to 11th here. Because yeah, at this point the AI is going to be stubborn. Edster's going to get a puncture. Surge is actually in the pit lane now. And yeah, I don't know. Chief gets a little bit of a freebie here. Can break free. And we also see Cecilia and everyone here on the hard tires mediums. They're taking care of their tires now. They're trying to manage. The only one who isn't is Poconaldo, is Edster. And right now Poconaldo needs to just abort this and go into the pit lane. Literally. Edster should have tried to get into pit lane immediately when he got the penalty to just serve it. Still running that damage from wing. Poconaldo's puncture has been confirmed. I'm amazed that Williams did not get damaged there. Of course, the Floofington gets an extra dose of sparks, just for good measure. Yeah, Poconaldo is now in the pits. Edster, 6 laps remains. Can he survive? Doesn't really matter. Still not going to get points because of the penalty. Yeah, that is going to make life a little bit harder here for the Sauber driver. If Cecilia wins the championship, Canivia's going to do more HoloLive members. Oh, that would be wild. HoloLive drivers may become the meta next season. What, we just make the HoloLive F1 universe? Basically. I'd be very happy with that. Second join the puncture party. Let's speed this up and see if we get a puncture party. Although top 2 are getting close here for a battle. Maldonado isn't really getting involved, but let's be honest, a top 3 finish is huge for the championship because that could basically guarantee you through. Kind of. But yeah, Merchant and Cecilia has caught each other here. Ezra is now in puncture territory down in 13th. And yeah, life is wild. Merchant now versus Cecilia. Fastest lap goes to Poconaldo, unsurprisingly. That did not come as a shocker, let's just put it like that. Right now, Chief is looking to overtake their teammate. Get a couple more points. Failure, currently running 10th. Edster still alive at 17%, and we do have a change in the lead here. As Merchant has overtaken CC here. And it's actually dropping in mid-green as things stand. Edster has finally found the pit lane before the tires exploded. That is kind of interesting. Also serving that penalty so I don't have to serve it next race, which is good. Are they going to give you a new front wing too while they're at it? They did in fact also give you a new front wing. Damn, Cosby would never have gotten that sort of treatment from his pit crew. Flugington has gotten a second mechanical fault, has hit the Flug. Flug might still finish this race. We will have to see. Failure is currently fighting for top 10 here with Abby, Chief, and Kaiser. And we do have a battle, straight up battle for the win here. We can't have AFN win. Race getting sped up, if only Ty was there to see it. Isn't Ty here? Are you schooling Floof on what HoloLive is, Canivia? You're meant to puncture. I already know I don't get new front wings, don't need to remind me. For those of you who weren't here, we had a season where Cosby did not get a new front wing. He had damage to front wing. There was a red flag. The team did not give him a new front wing. They waited until he pitted after the red flag to gift him that new front wing. It was amazingly biblical, and I loved every second of it. Look at Floof. Look at HoloLive like a streamer company. Basically, they manage a ton of streamers. That's the easiest way to describe it. With merch, events, and everything to go along with it. Okay, final lap is upon us here. Who is gonna take the win? Is it gonna be Merchant? Is it gonna be Cecilia here? Tire advantage, well, tires are extremely similar, so we'll have to see. Merchant is definitely better in the corners, though, needs to be said, and has already dropped the Mercedes driver here from the RS, and I think that is going to be the deciding factor, unfortunately. Who is going to score the final point here? Abby has been looking at it for a while. Failure, Chief, and Kaiser are holding on to it as it stands. But is it going to change here with DRS? It doesn't look like it, because the Chief launching an attack on his teammate, and he does in fact do that. And we have Red Bull side by side here. Chief up into 8th. As we see Merchant win, Cecilia comes 2nd. Maldonado scores a 3rd place finish, bowling 4th. We have Daly in 5th. Bowling here is going to get 6th. Liam is going to get 7th. Chief is currently 8th. Tyson 9th. Looks like Failure is going to get 10th place here, with just Abby finishing just outside. And while qualifying went very well for the Edster, the race did not go their way. And for the first time this season, Flugington finishes a race.
Sometimes I think you just have to accept that it's not going to be your race.
That'll be quite a blow, having to cut their race short. But they'll be doing everything they
I
can
cannot
to
get Chow. The Chow brothers got beat by the Food brothers. Well, I got the fast laps. That means I get 20 points. Of course, Pocanal, you get 100 points. Unfortunately, you didn't finish within the points. Those points get nullified, sadly, which happens, unfortunately. 10 place again, driver that they secured. Abby up 8 places, though. Honorable mentions. 16 places lost for Edster is 25 places lost for one team a record? I feel like it might be. Like 25 places lost for one team. Is that actually a record in this series? After the 3rd race, our Alpine Merchant is looking very strong. 47 points to 33. I think we might have a champion. But in terms of the top 9 here that we'll go through, there is still chances for the Ferrari drivers to knock out Tess, knock out Poconaldo. And for Edster, only I want to say 3rd place, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Only a 2nd place or better is going to be enough. And the same if for Seninia. Has been in position to score points a lot. Unfortunately, just been kind of screwed over by the game. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. But right now, the points needed to go through is 19 or above. Right at the top here does not score a lot of points. We'll have to see, though, how Final race will go. Alpine, somehow, constructor leaders. I think I know why. I wonder why. Alpine is leading the constructors as things stand. What do you have to say for yourself, Flugington? Lando might get an F2 title here without scoring a point. Can you imagine Lando getting the F2 title role just with 0 points? I need to make a special one just for him because that would be an achievement. When I said I wish I was back at Sauber, I take it back. Yeah. We can't have a fan win. It doesn't count unless it's F1 cost, but you know the rules. Wait, I want F1 to win just so this can happen. We will see. It is Spain. With your luck, Lando, you will probably take him out in Spain. Which would be a different kind of hilarity, but I can see it happening. It would not surprise me. 5 days until Spain. It's a win-win. Okay. Oh yeah, I don't need a sponsor plan. Okay, let's just check it if anyone has done any shenanigans. Looks good so far. So yeah, we have actually avoided the AI developing, which is kind of what we were hoping for. Yep, no AI has upgraded. We are ready for the final race of the season. Well, the F2 season. Let's jump into it right away. This is one track in the F1 game I'm good at. Surely the Fleet scores a point. Well, it's going to rain in qualifying, so yeah, good luck with that. What if I somehow win? That would be even funnier.
Hello and welcome.
But that would give AFN a constructor title. Do you want that, Lando? Mission escape Q1. Just get out of Q1, please. Okay, rain. It's gonna dry up a lot towards the end. One-shot quali, everyone. Let's get started. Wait, it's impossible. Well, I've just done the lockup this time around. And a bit of wide. Which means I'm gonna need to go again. Towards the end, probably. How are the bankers gonna do? Pocanaldo and Edstead. South actually doing good right now. Yellow flag. Is it a fluke moment? The game has decided that we're not allowed to low. It is a Flugington moment.
Right, we're down at turn 5. Very heavy on the brakes. I don't think it's much of a...
Well, at least this time you didn't hit the wall, so progress. Oh, another yellow. It's pulling, running a little bit wide.
See what happened. Now we're through the last turn here, and they just can't keep on the track.
Well, that's more than a little bit wide, but not a lot of time lost. Flugington with a good 27.9 seconds there behind Surge. And we are getting to the point where it is going to dry up. Are you on a... Yeah, you're in a cooldown lap. Okay. Everyone is on a cooldown lap. We're going to have a one-shot quali now. Development. Indeed. Okay, we have 3 cars that are being very brave. And then we have everyone at all at once. Edster lost in the train. That is good news for Edster, I'm not gonna lie. That's what Edster wants to be. Maldonado, where are you? There you are. You are the first in the train, which is not where you want to be, because it is going to get a little bit drier. We might also need to take manual control at one point. Flugington runs wide again.
Now, this is what happened as they took turn 8.
The build-up is happening.
Just a bit too wide at that point. They've got to be careful and watch the car.
Did you spin at the end there too? I was laughing so hard. It looked like you spun at the end. Am I just seeing things? Okay, Maldonado. Looks like we have timed this pretty well. Let's see what you can do here. Merchant right behind. 120 blank is the time to beat here. Daly has a purple middle sector, taken away by Taz. Oconaldo, currently the fastest car on track. This must be some sort of mistake. What can Taz do? Takes that immediately. Edster, are you gonna go outside of the danger zone? Because right now, we are seeing a couple of cars in danger. Liam being one of them. Bowling, Mills, Maldonado, Abby, and, well, Abby unfortunately last one. But yeah, Liam, Mills, Bowling, Maldonado, and Abby are the ones out in Q1. And Edster somehow was quickest. Flugington somehow survives even with the spin lockup thingy he did. This is wild. Surely one Floof escapes. Fate had to prove him wrong by allowing both Floof to escape. Oh, that is actually kind of funny. That is the only positive thing that will happen to Floof in this race. We all know it. Okay. What is going to happen here with the rain? It's going to be wet, and then it's going to be drier. It's going to be wet, then not as wet. Which means we're having another one-shot quali. Bank elapse, and the quali itself. Yellow flag, pulling.
Things look fine here. That's the moment they lose it. And there'll be words had after this, I'm sure.
Don't question me, Lando. You know what happens when you question me. The game punishes you.
More does lot for coming.
Can we have a Floof in Q3 for the first time all season? No. That's too much to ask, Floof, and you know it. At least it wasn't the warm-up lap, yes. And it's also the banker lap. I thought we had a red flag there because the yellow popped up and then track condition changed. It is points Floof this time.
Look at the replay. So here we go, heading into turn 1.
If it's not one Floof, it is the other one.
Struggling with the car. By that point, it was just too late.
Points Floof has had a points issue, as it turns out. Okay. Let's see where everyone squares up here. Right now, we are seeing the points Floof, Edster, Oconaldo, the other Floof, Daly, and Chief being the ones in danger. But it is drying up, and there will be one final run. That's the one that matters. This is just warm-up. Confidence building, as I call it. Final run will be upon us very, very soon. And Points Floof goes out first. We might need to get involved here. But we shall see. Points Floof is first. Flugington is 12th at the moment. How will Points Floof handle this situation? I am a disease. No, you're a curse, Floof. We talked about this. It's interesting how Floof has spread himself onto other teams. The wording there is questionable, let's just put it like that. Chief goes fast in Sector 1. Points Luffy is actually rapid for once. Points Luffy, fastest as things stand. Cecilia takes the purple in the first sector. Chief is also going pretty quick here. What can Alpine do? Second fastest. Saninia, second fastest. Chief, fastest out of them all. Pulling goes second fastest. Failure sixth, Kaiser's fourth. And we do have Edster just barely safe here. Edster no longer safe. And one Floof is out. Florianton is out. Surge is out. Merchant is out. Edster is out. S out. Daily is out. And we do see Zenenia survived just barely. Poconaldo is through. Crashalot is through. Immigrant is awakening alongside pulling. The Red Bulls are awakening. And you did get your wish. 1 point Sleuth has made it through to Q3. I am in Q3, but what cost? Well, to be fair, someone else knocked out your teammate, so I think you can be okay with that. No special title for me. A lot can still happen in the race. We know this. We've seen it before. Imagine if AFN bowls the title. Instead of runner-up merchant, shall we call him bowl merchant then? Shall we rename his title? He's not a runner-up merchant, he's a bowl king. Would that be more fun? I should check the weather here. It's gonna dry up again, so we're doing the bank collapse again. Oh, we can't call him the bottler. Could get to the F1. Yeah, you can. Call him Tottenham Hotspur. Hotspur. Yellow flag from Points Floof.
Now this was at turn 1.
I swear, Floof is cursed.
And there goes the steering. But that's just the risk you take. The later you leave it.
I know what AFN's favorite store is. What? The bowl store? The bottler? Yeah, the odds haven't really been on your side, Poconaldo, this season, to put it like that. What did I do to deserve this? I don't know. You get happy, and clearly the universe doesn't like you happy. Is it Points Floof again? I saw a yellow flag there. Of course it is.
Should be able to take a look here.
See, you question what you did to deserve this, and this is your punishment for it.
Round they go. And I wonder, could they have done anything about that?
It's clearly just an orthodox way to heat up the tires. Clearly. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows that's just a strategy for heating up their tires more effectively. Of course, of course. If Points Floof is driving an F3 car and is beating the other Floof, then the other Floof should be questioning their sanity. Cecilia here. Doing a pretty good run. Chief is quicker though. Time to beat 17-3. What can Chief do? Last corner. And Chief go quicker. Can indeed. By 1.5 tenths. Points Floof. You're a little bit down on the others. 7 tenths off. That is kind of not unexpected, not gonna lie. Crash a lot. Purple first sector. Failure here. It's not far behind. 30.9. That is similar, I believe. Pulling takes the first purple sector. Failure takes the second purple sector. Are we gonna see Chief get knocked off his throne? Not from Crash. What about Failure? Failure takes pole position here. Pulling 2 purple sectors up by 2 tenths going into the final sector. That should be a pretty easy pole position theft. And it is. 2/10 advantage. Okanaldo moves up to 4th, then 5th. Kaiser takes 2nd here. And Saninia up into 4th place. Points in 9th. Immigrant in 8th. Crash a lot in 7th. Pocanaldo, Chief. Saninia, Failure, Kaiser, and Pulling takes pole position here at the final race of the season. Liv is an expert at failing. Don't question the genius at work. I don't know if you can't complain about ever being unlucky. To be fair, Edster's been pretty unlucky this season, Floof. I think he's been more unlucky than you. I think. I'm 1/10 of starting. Yeah, you're not far off. You're not wrong. You're not far off, Pocanaldo. I need points or else I'll be out. Yes. That is how it works. Points in 9th is such a dangerous zone for midfielders. Yeah, we're probably going to change up the point system a little bit next season. I didn't find anything I was happy with this season, to be fair, so that's why I didn't do it. With that said, Barcelona is upon us. It's another high deck track, so pit stops are going to be key. Don't tell Sauber that, because that way they'll implode. We know that. We saw that.
Well then, it's not long until we get started here. And we
It's not that I'm unlucky, I just keep jinxing myself, yeah.
This is it. It's the Spanish Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we
Can
go.
Pulling have a good start here? Not really. Kaiser is getting... going up the inside here, and Saninia is following. Are they going to go 3 wide in the first corner? Is Saninia going to go all in? It is, in fact, almost 3 wide into the first corner. Kaiser did not commit, however, and Pulling gets off pretty much scot-free here. Saninia and Kaiser still squabbling over that 2nd place. Fairly in 4th, Pocanaldo 5th. Cecilia in 6th here, but looks like we are having a daily sneak up there on the inside, sneaking into the TMs. Chief in 8th, Crashalot in 9th, and Edster in 10th here ahead of points. Let us retire our cars and see how this goes.
And pit confirm. Try to come back if you can.
Welcome back, time. Yeah, you've been a little bit unfortunate. That's the best way I can describe it, unfortunately. So, Yolanda, what I'm hearing is that you just need to stick to a team and not switch as often as you do. Because whenever you leave, they become good. Can you imagine if you stayed with a team forever? How good they would have been? Well, we do have an interesting moment here where one Alpine could kill the other Alpine. And that would be Floof. That would be Floof maxing. If the Flugington kills the Merchant. Perhaps point system where you get 10 points of winning and then 2 through 10 are reversed. The 2nd gets 1 point and 10th gets 9th. That would be kind of wild, yeah. I was considering doing something like that. Like, 1st place gets like 11 points and everyone below gets basically 9 points in 2nd, 1 point in 10, basically just 1 point between. To help out. Reverse points grid is something that I want to do, but it's not going to be this season. And unfortunately, we can only do 10th place. It would be 10th scores 25 points, 11 maybe 18. 12 would be none because it just can't. The game just isn't set up to do anything with 12. So we can do something with it, but it's probably going to be a feature for next one. For now, though, we are getting going here. Pulling is running away. Kaiser is running away. And that's just going to need a little bit better than 10th if they want to get a promotion here. Mechanical failure can take the title still, I do believe. If things stand as they are, Kaiser takes it, Pulling comes 2nd, and the Alpine Merchant gets pushed down to 3rd. But as you can see here, mechanical failure just needs to improve a couple of positions, and then they're in this too. We do have actually a pretty close fight here, potentially. Mercedes could still snatch the constructors, and we have Flugington continuing doing Flugington stuff.
Surely some kind of fault.
I can't even get 10 to be able to benefit. Yeah, I was thinking of doing something like that, Floof, but again, I think that would be next season. It's the thing. The surprise of nobody. I love that you can't call mechanical failure, and you've yet to see a single one here. And Flugington is just collecting them left, right, and center. Funny, I mean, guys, that pretty much the same drive, and look at where we are. Well, you're still pretty close. It's just qualifying. Yes, traits will be added for F1, but they will be nerfed quite a bit compared to how they've been to this point. And it'll be that you pick 3 positive ones, which will kind of shape your drive a little bit. And there will be no negatives. They will be a lot weaker, but they're just there to kind of give your driver a small edge in whatever area you decide to pick. Same drivers, completely different outcomes. I don't think Kaiser scored that many points, though. So... Well, Kaiser scored a decent amount of points. But you've had a little bit of bad luck, too. It happens. Another mechanical failure from Floof. I will torpedo him. Why is Points burning their tire? Points clearly is doing strategy beyond your wildest imaginations. Floof. But yeah, that is just how this game works. You can have identical builds, but if the engine decides that today you are suffering, you are suffering. You can alleviate that if you're the player. But the AI sucks at planning and executing. They just mainly react. So, as you can imagine, it's going to be very, very different for even identical drivers. If we really want to spice things up, like I just want to talk a little bit about this. Sorry for doing a little bit of 2x. If we want to do a very interesting experiment one weekend, we could do 20 drivers that are all identical. 20 drivers that are all identical, cars that are identical. And then we see who is the most lucky one when everything is absolutely equal. If we really, really want to do something silly. When the drivers all identical, I'd still be blocked in quality. Yes. Liam is the first one to pit here, and it is soft to soft. Undercut incoming, clearly. How am I 8? I was just P3. You had the most legendary poor start that ever poor started. And right now, Pulling has a terrible pit stop here.
That's not a good stop.
It has begun. Soft to soft, soft to medium, soft to medium. And it's a slow stop for Williams too. Mills not having a good season at all. And Flippington here could still cause some problems. Let's be honest. It's not completely off the table. That is a competition of luck that will be signing me up for last place. Last time we did a competition of luck, aka random roll sleuth, you did actually pretty well. So, I don't know. I feel like random luck is just, you can't screw yourself over. Chief goes to medium. Surge is looking for a soft tire. Bowling is looking for a soft tire. Chief is still behind Pulling here, but undercutting is definitely on the table. Let's be honest, a lot of cars there that are going slow. We'll see what kind of lifetimes Pulling is going to push here. And we'll see if the undercut is going to be potentially great here. 24 seconds. I believe pit stops around here are not that lengthy. 23, yeah. Pulling had a slow stop, remember. As Daly and Poconaldo and we see the Ferrari double stack. We see the Ferrari dreaded double stack. Maldonado is parked in the pit lane for so long. Ferrari decide they don't want a second driver in F2. Bluffington is even ahead of him now. Crash a lot. And Maldonado throwing it away with a classic Ferrari strategy here. A staple, if you will, from the Ferrari team. And Failure is managing their mediums extremely well at the moment. Merchant and Edster comes in now. Abby comes in as well. Let us see what soft tire awaits the Sauber. Had a Merchant, Abby, soft tire as well. Jump by 5 vehicles here. I'd say still in a good position. Merchant got jump by Surge as well. Still a lot of job ahead of all of these guys, honestly. Blue for still spin and DNF, yes. Flugington's mechanical fault has escalated and mechanical failure is considering the wall.
Right now.
Gonna miss Lando Fludling? Kaiser here, out ahead of Chief. And Falling is still net first. Failure is just managing at the moment. Doing something a little bit different by the looks of it. What is actually Fluffington's issue? Just out of curiosity. It's the engine this time. Your ERS can still explode, don't worry. I still haven't given you a new engine. This is why we need a reverse points grid. But first 0 points, because Floof would win every race and get 0 points. Does Kaiser have less smoothness than Chief Tie? I don't know. I come back from doing a bit of Sudoku, all I see is chaos. Well, I see a yellow flag. I think it was Flugington. No, it's actually Tess.
Now here we are tackling turn 3. That's... oh no, that's not quite what they would have wanted. And
Bit unfortunate there from Tess. But yeah. I'm curious what Failure is up to here. I'm not gonna lie. I am not gonna lie. Failure is doing something interesting. The ERS is still gonna explode, don't worry. It's not like something I should worry about, not gonna lie. It's not your ERS though, Canevia, so don't worry about it. It's literally not your problem. It is an Alpine issue. Mike doing a one-stop? I don't think it's doing a one-stop, but in theory, it can make it work. I don't think that's what's going on, though. The classic Spain one-stop, yeah. Could it happen? I mean, yes. Do I think it's gonna happen? No. Flugington's mechanical fault has escalated yet again. Is it the ERS now? Is it what I predicted? Chief ran wide, and the ERS is in fact causing problems.
Let's have a look now. Around turn 3, and nearly, just running wide. And they might want to take a look at the floor.
The Bearman line is being used quite often right now. Chief about to punish Poconaldo for their crimes. Points Floof is not in a bad position. How's they're going to throw this away? Probably by crashing. Points Floof has 50 control, everyone. Points Floof is a potential terrorist in disguise. As I watch Chief here. Merchant and Cecilia are squabbling, but look at this. Look at how many cars can fit the screen at once at lap 22. That's not bad. British baguette noises are going on in the car right now. Have you given up, Lando? Have you decided to park the car? When is your engine going to explode? Let me take a look at it. So, the engine, 117 degrees. It's getting hotter. That's a yikes moment. And yeah, if you get stuck behind another car, I don't think you'll be able to follow another car, but if you get stuck behind another one, it's very likely it's going to go bang bang. I need a red flag. Well, you have one car that is about to explode, so you could get what you're wishing for right there. Get out of my way. Points Lewis, can you give your mate a safety car, please? Thank you. I think it's the other way around. He turned on the oven to bake some baguettes. Clearly. Pulling now has caught up to failure here. 29%. Are we going to see a puncture? Pulling and Kaiser right now are being held up. Look at this. They're going almost 2 to 3 seconds quicker than failure. And right now they aren't getting by. Failure does go into the pit. Are we going to see a hard tire waiting here? And 41 laps. No, it's a soft tire. They're not doing the lunatic strategy. They have in fact given failure a soft tire, but it's all the way to the back. Overtakes are going to be difficult. Chief and the Ninja here has crashed. That is very unfortunate.
As for the team back in the garage,
Saninia's bad luck continues here. But it looks like Chief took more damage. Front wing looks a little bit busted. Is it also suspension damage potentially? No, I think it's just major damage to the front wing there. And Saninia does pick up a penalty there. Lost half the end plate. That is positive news for everyone further behind. Terrible news for the two drivers, well, in question. Gives the Alpine Merchant here a chance to take the title. Hey Nero, that's what you did to me. We played that one. This is slander. I never hit you. You hit me. That is the official story. Sounds like something Nero would do. Hey, you send people to the pit lane when I joke about it. Kaiser is actually in a really good position. Has tire advantage. Honestly, just need to break free of pulling, and then it'll be good. Yeah, still a lot of racing left. Still a lot that could happen. But Chief, this is not a good place to be. They need a good result here. And having half a front wing is definitely not helping. Should just go to the pits, bite the sour apple here, and just try and recover. There's no other way around it for them, unfortunately. They decide to stay out at least one more lap here. Kaiser has broken free from pulling. Failure currently with the fastest lap, the freshest tires. But again, the DRS trains, they need to be dealt with here. Means they're not in a good position, really. It's just very, very hard to overtake, all things considered. Running side by side here with Taz. Points Floof has been possessed by an unknown spirit. How else are they? The other Floof has been sacrificed the entire season just for this. I believe that was soft tires for Surge, and there are soft tires coming on for Liam too, which means they are committing to another stop. Yeah, Chief is still staying out, falling down to 9th at this point. And again, just needs to bite that sour apple, go into the pit lane, get a new front wing, get new tires. And the longer they stay out, the worse it's going to be for them, unfortunately. Pulling now, comes in the pit lane, 36 laps remaining. You can do that on a hard, but you have to manage. No, pulling is also committing to another stop. Soft tires goes onto that car. Where are they going to come out? In basically almost last. Flugington here comes in the pit lane. Medium tire. Surge actually has a pretty decent roommate to work with and could do a little bit of undercutting. So for Surge, actually a pretty decent stop. Chief now. Tires are getting to that exploding mark. And it's just holding up people at this point, really. They also have terrible tires, but they don't have the damage. Finally goes in the pit lane. Engineer told them the car in front stole their baguettes. When asked, why is Points Loop doing well? They stole their baguettes. Soft tires for Chief, that's probably the correct choice. For Bowling, medium for Taz. That's not great for Chief. Chief needs to clear Taz. That's going to make their life a little bit harder. Merchant is also going to need to pit very soon. As is going to need to pit soon. Poconaldo is pitting. And as it stands, most cars are going to do another stop after this one. Oh, it is the classic Ferrari double stack. Maldonado. A moment of silence for Maldonado, for he has once again been double stacked by Ferrari for no good reason. May he rest in Italian. The new thumbnail? Well, we can get that. I need that Italian guy that's about to, you know, pasta himself. I need that as Maldonado's driver for this picture. But yeah, that is insane. And there was even a pit stop issue for the Ferrari ahead.
But they just can't seem to get the rear right off.
At least it wasn't as bad as it could have been. Ferrari here, not having a good season at all. And they're down to 17th and 19th at the moment. Only Flugington suffering more. As things stand. Saninia will have to serve that penalty at one point, but staying out right now is probably the best choice. We do need others to pit though, because their tires are getting close to the exploding mark. And Cecilia does come in. Mills is also coming in. Stolen baguettes is sin punishable by death, yes. Rest in pizza? Yes, rest in pasta and pizza. Ferrari burnt down the kitchen. Not a bad gap here for Cecilia, honestly. But there's a lot of cars ahead that will be pitting ahead, so maybe not the best place to be, all things considered. And Kaiser now pits from the lead and should still come out ahead of Abby, potentially. So Kaiser will be in a good position. What is going on? Slow stop there for the Red Bull team. Zaninia, Edster, a lot of cars coming in there. Where's Kaiser going to come out, though? Still out ahead. Oh, never mind. Serge and Poconaldo snuck out ahead. Edster in 9th here. Zaninia, after staying a long time in the pit lane, just had the penalty, down to 17th. Abby 18th. Daly in 19th. We do have a Flug here, looking to for someone to eat, so to speak. Poconaldo still doing surprisingly well within circumstance, though. But yeah, pulling, failure, and points floof. Point floofs will, of course, fall backwards, but failure and pulling are looking to be potentially in here for the win. I think Kaiser can survive in that medium till the end, but it's still going to be a little bit challenging. Let's not fool ourselves. And it's also going to be a question of how long is he going to be stuck behind Serge and Poconaldo. Because Serge has spent a lot of those mediums. So if Kaiser, if Merchant, if Edster, everyone here gets stuck in the DRS train behind Poconaldo and Serge, and they're just wobbling and wasting time, that is going to be extra helpful for the top three here. As Points Floof does come into the pit lane. There, Racing Gods, I beg of you this time, a safety car, please. Well, now that Points Floof has pit, I will grant you the safety car wish. Because that would be hilarious. Yeah, Points Floof here comes out in 12th. Not the worst place they could have exited the pit lane. Yeah. Kaiser really, really trying to get a move on here. I've done the triple soft master plan as well. I need a red flag or a safety car. We can see what we can do as Kaiser just drives past everyone. Up into 4th now. Honestly, Pocanal is still in a good spot. I don't think the medium's going to survive till the end. It's still 20 laps remaining. 15% has been used. Degradation is high around here after all. The final pit stops are going to be the key though. And I'm very curious what Failure is going to do. I assume a medium till the end. Pulling is probably going to be a soft till the end if they have any more soft tires. We'll have to see though. Hello, Tex. For Ferrari for the double stack. Ferrari has double stacked, I think, 3 times in 4 races. So yeah, Ferrari's doing Ferrari things. Daily at the pace of a snail. It's called a pit stop, Lando. Why is it quite red and watery right now? I can barely watch. Hopefully you feel better soon, Cosby. Are the hards terrible around Spain? Honestly, an important question that I probably should answer. So, a soft tire around Spain, a hard tire around Spain. Degradation difference is about 8/10. Soft tire time loss, hard tire time loss, 400s difference. Basically, a soft tire around here will be quicker than a hard for 20 laps. Also, thereabouts. Medium to hard, about 3/10. 100s difference, so 30 laps. You don't really want to use a hard around here unless you're going aggressive or full attack. So yeah, hards are, in fact, terrible around Spain. Terrible around Barcelona. You don't want to touch them unless you really, really have to. Let us take a look here what Pulling has been up to. Yeah, softs only, so there should be a medium. The Alpine Merchant will have to go to medium. Liam will have to go to medium. Serge will have to go to medium. Maldonado will have to go to medium at one point. Same here with Abby. But yeah, no hard in sight as things stand here. As Kaiser has caught up to Pocanaldo. And the next roadblock has been reached for Kaiser's supremacy. Watch as Mercedes wins the F2 Constructors. Well, let's take a look at the standings as things are currently. Mechanical Failure will beat the Bold Merchant by 1 point. If things remain as they are, the Bold Merchant gets beat by just a single point, which would be hilarious. Actually, we end the season right here, just for the hilarity of it. Someone, please do me a favor and screenshot just the part here with the drivers at AFN in Discord and tell him that it bowled another season. Please. Just to mess with them. But yeah, right now, RB wins the drivers. Mercedes take the constructors. And yeah, the Alpine Bowl job has been completed. Taz is currently the final survivor based on a podium finish and pole position. And Lieutenant Surge needs a couple more points to remain in it. Ferraris also need a couple more points to remain in it. Yeah. We do know that the failure here does need to pit. They're gonna go on the medium till the end, I assume. So they'll probably undercut back to the lead, I would assume here. As Pulling now takes the lead. I'm on it, Chief. I said it. I love how you all are just like, yes. Chance to troll AFN. We take it. We take those. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Nobody. Appreciate it. All of you for helping me out with trolling AFN. But yeah, Serge here. If you improve one place, you will beat Tess and will be through. And for Cecilia here, any improvement will help Mercedes secure the constructors. I know it's too late in the season, but Schauber quietly cooking this race. Schauber is doing okay, yes, but Schauber needs Ed to score some more points if you guys want to remain the package, I think. That's the P7, but he still needs like 5 more places. I do believe that we figured out that he needs about 2nd place, yes. As Failure now finds the pit lane. Is there going to be a medium tire waiting there? And is it going to go all the way till the end? I think the answer to that is going to be yes. It is, in fact, the answer. The undercut. The traffic. Traffic, though, is going to be a huge problem in this because, let's be honest, it's going to suck to get through this. What's going to decide if Failure wins the title this season is basically just how well Mechanical Failure here can move through the pack. That is going to be the deciding factor on if they do take the title this season. Let's not test fate. Do we have 18 drivers in F1? Yes. The constructor champions from last season gets a free ticket in daily, which I might change in future. But for now, that is how we've done things. Hence why 18 drivers get through. I think we do have a constructor participating. I don't remember where they're at. So if it's in this one, again, I don't remember because some people change names every season. It's hard to keep track of, but I'll check. So 10th place, I believe, might get through if they are in the top 9. But yeah, I don't remember exactly who it is. Are we going to see an overtake here from the Edster? Not in this occasion. And yeah, Failure is still just being McLaren held up. Unsurprisingly there. I'm actually cooking from where I was. Well, hopefully you don't cook your tires too hard. Yeah, everyone but Failure, but Liam does need to pit again. So Liam here, with a bunch of free air, could do something a little bit hilarious. Tess now has crashed. Safety car has been deployed.
And there's been
Drama has happened in the final race of the season. Tess, what happened here? You spun and your teammate hit you.
While all that was happening, the crew in the garage could do nothing but watch on.
Red flag. We have a full red flag here. That is tragic for Failure. Just pitted. Everyone else hasn't pitted yet. It is tragic for Liam. These two gets absolutely shafted. Chief is on the way into the pit lane here. How is this going to change things? I do need to just snatch a couple of snapshots here for future use. You all know how it is. But yeah, how is this going to change things? Because that is actually going to be kind of interesting to take a look at, all things considered. So let's take a look at the standings before we go into the actual red flag. And see who is getting what. The name title is still on. Okay, so if things stand as that, driver goes to Alpine Merchant. Alpine Merchant here might be saved by a red flag. Pulling is not scoring enough points really to change that. However, Constructors is Mercedes, which means Lando gets nothing if things remain as it is. So yeah, we do see Merchant here in fourth. It is a red flag. Let's see what the race restart has to offer.
Not much that the team can do about that one.
That is an unfortunate McLaren on McLaren violence committee right there. Ferrari can't stack me now. Oh
Not
my
for
god.
first time today,
The name
driver's
title is
line
not
up
on.
for
There's a
waiting
soft
for the
tie on the Red Bull.
Lights out, and away we go.
Lights out, away we go. Not the best start there from pulling. Is it going to allow Merchant to get in this? No. We see Cecilia here overtake. We could see Points overtake. Because Kaiser had such a terrible start, Failure got held up, and I think that, with Failure being shuffled down to 6th here, is changing things up a little bit. Kaiser still needs to win, though. Pulling isn't close enough. Yeah, Alpine, the Alpine Merchant here does need to be knocked out, but in danger. This driver, right here, that we're looking at, which is behind the runner-up Merchant, has 50 control. Let's pray nothing happens, as Floofington is going to a hard tire, as Mills is going to a hard tire. But yeah, soft tires there, 18 laps. That's going to be a tough one, honestly. Merchant might just be fine just based on being on the medium. We'll have to see how this one goes. Because still anything could happen, but I do think AFN might pick up a F2 title here. AFN has had one job and he can't even do it. Hello, AFN. Did I just see runner-up? Oh, good morning, AFN. Red flag to save Mercedes and AFN. I've had enough. I'm demoted to Cosby. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. We could still have more crashes. Could still have something change here. Remains to be seen. But yeah, for Edster, needs to improve at least 5 more places here, as is currently running last with a penalty. And we could still have another red flag. That's the thing. It's not over yet. We still have 2 bombs on track. One of them named Floof and the other one named Floof. They fix your ERS, but your engine is still about to go bang bang. And the more traffic you're in, the more bang bang that engine's gonna go. Just torpedo me, Floof. Yellow flag, as the Merchant has been merchandised. It happened. He spun.
Now we're just proceeding through turn
The bottle
4.
Merchant bottles yet another one.
How to do it. And once it started, they were pretty powerless to do anything.
AFN wakes up and bottles. You can't make this stuff up. Okay, so let's explain to AFN what's going on here. AFN, you've had a pretty good season so far, all things considered. And you were, before this race, you had a pretty significant lead over everyone. You have 47 points scored in 3 races here. 1 race win, 2 podiums. This is the final one. You just needed to score, as you can see, 5-6 points there, and you were guaranteed to win. And now you have spun out from the top 5 after you got saved by a red flag just 5-6 laps prior. It is very unfortunate, but we have decided to rename you from runner-up Merchant to bottle Merchant with this well, impressive act here. And Edster, you're getting in this now, up into 5th. I'm not getting that name tile, am I? No, you're not. You're not, Lando. Fan does not rejoin, instead sitting there in silence, boiling. To be fair, I would do the same. I can relate, Cosby, I can relate. I have to overtake Kaiser for Parker to win? Do you? You do, in fact, need to overtake Kaiser, or Abby needs to score fastest lap here. Kaiser would get in on race wins, though, so yeah, you do need to overtake Kaiser here to help the Mercedes, but Kaiser is on a soft tire. They are going to degrade towards the end here, so I think Petrov will be okay. But right now, you have something different to worry about, the other Mercedes. If Points win, they can make it. Well, Kaiser currently moved up to first. Immigrant moved up to third. Mills is actually doing okay on the hard tires, not gonna lie. We do have Points here, could still kill anyone. I'm in a clean air, nice gap, a good place. We shall see. Well, the top 4 are currently running a DRS train, so we shall see. 11 laps remaining. Anyone could still pull an AFN. It's not impossible. I need P3 and P4 to get into P1 and P2, and I can still win. Did you pause and take a look at like the math there? Is that what's going on? Because you are theoretically correct, yes. You could still get this. Unless Kaiser or Pulling wins this race. So Cecilia here could play Wingwoman to you. Hilariously enough. I need P3 and P4, yeah. Roses are red, violets are blue. Mercedes are cheating, and this season's been poo. Okay. I didn't realize we were having a poetry competition here. Kaiser is getting away. Pulling and Immigrant are trying to chase though. It's not over yet. How do Mercedes always win in constructors? It's crazy. I think it is because Petrov and Konevia, along with Taz, tend to want to play Mercedes. And they tend to get Mercedes. And they tend to make pretty decent drivers. Or, you know, decent cars. I think it's a combination of those 3 factors. It's because of Konevia. Okanalo now, podium. That is bad for... that is bad for the Alpine Merchant. Mercedes still looking to get the constructors here. Or the F2 constructor, if you will. Gaps are forming. 8 laps to go. Surge in 9th at the moment. Maldonado in 10th needs a little bit more. As things stand. Edster moves up into 4th. If Edster gets 2nd or 1st there, they can still move through to the main championship. Merc is cursed in the game. Yeah, you're not wrong. Oh, great. I've scored all the points for Alpine. Yeah, FN, I was about to give Lando like a special F2 title if he got the F2 title with 0 points. So, yeah. I'm coming back. So if I create a 4-person team of me, Konevia, Petro, and Tess, I might not come last. Didn't you take Mercedes once, Wolf, and come last? Haven't you already tried that? Do me a favor and let me buy. We'll have to see. You need to close that 2-second gap with 6 laps to go. Cecilia moves up into 1st, and that, I think, puts the Alpine Merchant here potentially in for a win here. Kaiser cannot lose another position. And right now, it's not looking good for Kaiser. Does have a slight tire advantage, but is that going to be enough? They're in DRS. Hold on for dear life, Maldonado. Well, Maldonado is leading his own little crew here. Poconaldo is about to grant AFN a title, potentially. Tires are being destroyed, though, to make that happen. And as it stands, it is happening. Merc is just insanely lucky in every Euro Championship, except the one including Floof. It took us 3 seasons to recover. Back to supporting Poco, yes. We don't talk about Floof destroying the Merc. Yeah, Kaiser does need to repass you. You are destroying your tires though, so I think Kaiser will be okay. But what you really want is Edster to catch and pass both of you. Because as it stands, Sir Kaiser can get this done with the fastest lap. Cecilia can't. You cannot. Mike can. It requires a little bit of help. Even Liam can do it. If it weren't for the fact that Liam was in 14th at the moment. So yeah, Kaiser needs something here from the Saubers to stop the AFN. Floof is about to do a double overtake potentially. And we could still have a safety car red flag. Anything really. Yeah, right now we could see AFN uncurse himself in F2 by the power of Sauber. Constructor Championship, I'm pretty sure it is going to be purely a Merc win. I'm pretty sure. I'm fighting test P9 and I need 2 points. Well, you can get more than that. You've caught up to the train up to 5th at the moment. 3 laps to go here. Championship was the Saubers made along the way. The question here is, Poconaldo's tires, are they going to survive till the end? 29% now, 2 laps remaining. You burn 4 to 5% a lap here. We could see another Poconaldo puncture. As Kaiser passes with 2 laps to go here, up into 2nd place. And what can Maldonado do? Maldonado is also holding on for dear life down here as Pulling gets pushed down to 7th, which I think puts Mercedes at risk. Mercedes might lose the championship here, with Pulling finishing 7th instead of 6th. But it remains to be seen. Chief Air, 10th place. Tires are getting dangerously low. And yeah, Poconaldo. If they're unlucky, those tires will explode in the final lap here. Final lap is underway. Is Bowling going to get Pulling here down the main straight? I think it might happen. Bowling is trying. Couldn't get it done. Trying again. Goes past Pulling. Maldonado going to do the same. No, Maldonado couldn't send it. Currently, the top 5 does seem to be somewhat settled here. Poconaldo is slowing down and just managing their tires. Maldonado, on the other hand, wants to get Pulling here and guarantee that they get through. Needs a couple more points. And unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough here. Bowling is chasing points. Emma Green wins. Kaiser comes second. Poconaldo, Edster, Mills, points, Bowling, Pulling, Maldonado, and Chief with the final point scoring finish here. Woofington finishes ahead of the Merchant. That is a pretty interesting end to the season, not gonna lie.
So I think you just have to accept that it's not going to be your race.
They'll be very disappointed to have had their race end early.
This is
no driver wants that to happen, but now they just have to look forward.
If I bow out, we do so in style, yes. Game's truly gone. Don't even dare complain, AFN. Yeah, I got a point and AFN didn't win. All the hard work for nothing. Points Floof scored points. Yes, give me your points, Floof. Indeed. Big question now is who actually went through, who didn't. Drivers' Championship here. Kaiser takes it 2 points ahead of the Alpine Merchant. The bottling in the final race did in fact happen. Cecilia somehow got 3rd here. Pretty impressive. Maldonado got the 2 points they needed. And according to this, they do win. I don't know who finished higher on the podium, though. We'll have to take a look at that. But yeah, Faster Maldonado, Taz, both of them, I believe, actually finished the same place on the podium. similar amount of points. So we'll have to see here. Mocho Mills also managed to get 18 points by the end of it. So we'll have to take a look at who finishes where. But so far, Kaiser, the Alpine Merchant, Immigreen, Mechanical Failure, Pocanaldo, Poling, Bowling, Liam, Maldonado are the ones through at the moment. A honorable mention to Taz, Mills, Crash-A-Lot, Edster, Surge, Abby, Daly, Chief, Saninia, and Flugington here for participating. We appreciate that. It's been a lot of fun. Hopefully you will have a little bit more luck next time. Particularly Saninia here has been extremely unlucky. Qualified well mostly, and then just had some unlucky races, all things considered. Tess and Maldonado tied. We actually have 3 people tied for this one, so I'll have to take a look at it. I can't guarantee which one is through just yet. Did need top 2 in the end. You did in fact do that, Edsta. If you had gotten 5 more points there, you would have been in the mix. As it turns out, you two would have finished with 18 points, hilariously enough. Let's not have a tiebreaker. I honestly don't know what the tiebreaker is going to be here, because I'm unsure who finished where, but I think both of them have a 3rd place finish. But yeah, I'll take a look at it, make a decision in the Discord and figure it out. The pole position might in fact be the tiebreaker, but I'm just uncertain how we want to do it right now with them. I got in now, I don't know what to do. I'm off to do an article for my season, yes. This was fun. I've been happy to cause hilarity by jinxing myself. That's kind of what we're hoping for, just people having fun and not taking it too seriously. Rock, paper, scissors. Once again, a floof named driver is P20. Yes, that is fate at this point. But with that, Mercedes does take the F2 constructors here in the 1st division. Alpine finishes 3rd here. There was a chance of Flugington's getting it without scoring points, which would have been hilarious. That did not happen, but yeah. I'll take a look at it. We'll figure out how we want to do things with the tie breaks and everything. But that will have to be sorted probably later tonight or even tomorrow. Yeah, that is it for the F2 1st division. We'll be doing the 2nd division tomorrow after the race. We'll see how things go then. To Uno or chess? Chess should go through. I'll just take a look and see exactly where they finish and things like that, but it looks like both of them finished 3rd, and Tess has a pole position, and in that case, Tess will in fact go through on pole position. You're not wrong. But I again, need to take a look at it. Tess bowled my championship, Saka. But yeah, thank you all very much for watching. We are ending it here. And to Lando, I only have one thing to say after this season, and this goes to Floof too. Y'all done floofed, both of you. But yeah, thank you very much for watching. We'll, as I said, do a 2nd division tomorrow after the race. Have a good evening, everyone. I need to go and just rest my voice and take a little bit slow, as I can already feel myself getting more and more nasally. So I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. Please like, subscribe if you haven't. And have a good night. Bye-bye.